Honorable Skosana, what is that young man saying to you? The young man of the Matiba clan. I can see that. I've seen him outside. He's been whispering to people. I'm like, yeah, he thinks he's working the conference votes. This is Scopa, yeah. Don't do that. He must do that in 2027. It's still too early. You must not do that yet. Yeah, I don't know. You know, these people from that side. For those honorable members who don't know, so the nickname for Ingobo, don't look at me like that, you know, so, and I'm not from Ngobo. So the nickname from Ngobo, the place of thieves. People from there usually say they are from Kala or they are from somewhere else. Anyway, now we take mark shots here of everybody. Okay, honorable members, honorable deputy minister and your colleagues from the SA Post Office, good morning, and good morning to the parliament team that supports the work of the committee. On this cold July morning, we're going to be discussing the SA Post Office SOC Limited. This arises out of a presentation we heard from the Auditor General about the audit outcomes. But what we also going to do is we're going to try and have a conversation that helps to structure our relationship going forward. So we're going to look back and we're going to look forward in our conversation, so that when we have our next engagement, we also able to deal with matters that are more current, because there is a time lag in when we receive the audit outcomes and then when we're able to schedule a meeting and so on, and that can cause a bit of confusion for the public, in the sense that you might have updated the portfolio committee about where you are, and then we take you back further back, and it can cause some difficulties in how people follow what is happening in the organization. So what we will do is we will try and schedule another meeting, hopefully before the end of the year, for one reason, so that we can deal with the outcomes of the audit that's going on, so that at least we catch up in our conversation. It's synchronized better, so it won't be because we're targeting anyone. I also, in that vein, also need to say that the nature of the relationship we have here is going to be shaped by how candid we are with one another. It's very important that even if the information does not help you look good, if that's what it is, let's have the conversation, because what we are interested in is how we fix the problem and make sure that within a reasonable time we are in a point where everyone is happy with the picture that is taking place. I am saying this because sometimes I ask seemingly stupid questions. I know where I'm going with a question in a few months' time. And when we meet again, I will remember what your answer was when we met. I also want to say that there are also instances where we send written requests for information as a committee. Those should not alarm you. It just means that I reflect on the conversations that we've had. And I'm trying to get to a point where, together with the parliament team, we can provide up-to-date and more insightful briefings for the committee in order to inform the work that we do. So when you receive a letter from either of the two committee secretaries from us asking for some information, It's not because somebody has said there's a problem. It's because we are now going through our conversation and following up on some of that information so that when we meet, we are also as insightful as possible, given that we are not in the organization. So I just want to put you at ease in respect of those kind of things. But as I said, the only person here that I've met before, that the committee has met, I think is the Honorable Deputy Minister. We haven't met anyone else, at least I haven't. And maybe where we start is introductions, Deputy Minister, and then your opening remarks, and then we will follow your presentation, if that is okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and thanks for the opportunity. But let me quickly deal with the introduction. You introduce yourself and your team. They will introduce themselves. I'm with DDG Ngobeni, who is appearing on behalf of the DG, who is chairing this G20 with DECO. She could not divide herself, but I think DDG Ngobeni is equal to the task. And then you can deal with the introduction of others.
Sorry, before DDG comes in, so I want to leave it to you to address the issue of the minister, because the minister wrote, so could you deal with that? He wrote and he called, so
no,
please deal with
the minister is sick. My apology. He's sick. He had a long trip, and which consequently put him in a particular position that makes it difficult for him to come here. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Good morning, Chair, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Tinyiko Ngobeni. I'm the Deputy Director General for Digital Communication Access and Services, one for responsibilities oversight on the South African Post Office after the recent restructuring by the department. I'm also accompanied by my colleagues from the department. I'll just ask them to introduce themselves. Timagazo and Precious.
Good morning, Chair, Deputy Minister, honorable members. I'm Precious Masia, Director, SOE, Corporate Governance and Compliance.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, DDG, colleagues. My name is Dimagacho Jie. I'm the Director responsible for postal policies in the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Thank you.
Can I ask the PRPs to lead the introduction of SAP?
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, DM, DDG, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Anush Ruplal. I'm a Director at S&G Grant Thornton. I'm a licensed senior business rescue practitioner. I'm a chartered accountant with over 25 years experience, and I'm one of the appointed joint business rescue practitioners on the SA Post Office.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable DM, and the DGG, and our other colleagues that are here. My name is Juanito Dalmans. I'm one of the appointed senior business rescue practitioners in SAPO. I think I can, just to make it for the interest of time, to also just recognize our other members. We've got Lenny Govender. He's the interim CFO of SAPO. With me, I've got Mukuve Ravura. He is one of the BRP representatives. We have Solly Gaiba. He's currently acting head of operations. Then I've got Mandla Ndaba. He's also part of the BRP team. And we've got Walter Stander, who's also part of the BRP team. Thank you. There's just one issue, Chair. I have to apologize on behalf of the interim acting group CEO. She's currently traveling abroad. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. That's the team. Maybe we are here, Honorable Chair, to share with you of course, as per your summons or your invitation, the journey we are on, we've been on for quite some time now, since 2023. As everyone knows that around 2023 March, SAPO got confronted with the prospects of liquidation. And the options had to be weighed between liquidation and rescue. And a rescue option was taken because of what was clear consequences of liquidation. Liquidation would have closed the post office and would have affected a lot of people, and no less than 11 or 12,000 jobs would have disappeared. But fundamental is those underserved and far-flung millions who are served in terms of that 1 kilogram compulsory stuff. So the cabinet took a view that we need to apply for a rescue, and for a rescue to succeed, a number of conditions had to be met. To the court, we had to display a turnaround strategy. To the court, we had to display whatever limited equitable service of creditors. How will it proceed, even at the list, even based on the list available money? Thirdly, how the rescue was going to be funded. For the court to grant the rescue, those questions had to be answered. I think the issue of funding was found to be over and above 4.4 billion. That was at the disposal of the office, post office. There was a need to add 3.8 billion. So court granted the rescue, and then cabinet felt we needed more than one BRP for a number of reasons and the lessons we've learned. We've got two rescuers who have already introduced themselves, Mr. Rupla and Ms. Tamon. They started work, I think, around July. As they present, the background will show that all the chronological processes that needed to take place took place up until an adoption of the rescue plan. A rescue plan which by law must be supported by creditors. So indeed, December 7, 2023, that rescue plan was adopted. There's a number of achievements they have made. They will share that with you. Amongst others, to me, which is obvious, is that at a time when we would have owed no less than 7 billion, negotiations reduced that to 1 billion with the creditors. In other words, creditors made a concession in that regard. They ended up accepting that because of the analysis that was done, what they would have got if liquidation took place, all agreed that the worst could have happened even for themselves. So then creditors accepted 12 cents per rand, and there's a category, statutory creditors who accepted 18 cents per rand. The fundamental thing to me is that they reduced what was 7 something billion down to 1 something billion. And they will share with you why do they say they think SAPO is solvent now. They will explain that. They will explain to you what challenges are being confronted. They rationalize branches from a number of 1,000 something down to 600 and something. And they will share with you the criteria that determined which branch should go and which branch should not go. So we're at a point now where the biggest problem, government has not been able to provide 3.8 billion, which I suspect is the state of the fiscal, situation. But 2.4 billion, they will explain how that was used, and they will interrogate it whichever way the committee chooses as usual. So that 3.8 billion, as a result, undermined a lot of things that were supposed to be done, because there was a question of modernizing the entire infrastructure. One of the critical things about the post office was that it didn't stay apace with its peers and got overtaken. And then, the digital era, it ran itself according to a cake, there were other unfortunate things, Chair, that happened. Post office at some stage would have put into their organogram 8,000 people whose jobs were not existing. So it meant paying for people whose tasks were not there. It's one of the unfortunate things that did. That is just one example how the post office, the factors that determined its downward slope, and a number of other things. If I remember, workers would have been away fired for how much? 5, I don't know what time was it? And they got employed. So all those things, there's a lot of decisions, in my view, that we took, which actually sent what was a very critical institution down. We take blame, we accept everything, that there's a lot of misjudgments which led, but the point that became clear is that closing the post office would be a devastating decision to the underserved and the far-flung members of society. But having said that, they are better placed to articulate their story. Anush?
Sorry, Honourable DM, I'm going to be kicking off. From my side, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, we've set out in our presentation.
Sorry, can I just ask that you move this to be more direct with you? Oh, so are you sitting a little bit out of range?
No, I can move. Is this better?
Yeah, because I'm thinking about not just the sound here, but also the streaming. So if we not, then the people who are watching can't hear you properly.
Oh, okay. So Honourable Chair, you started off by saying, there was a time when we talk about the history, and this is how our presentation has been set out. We talk about the history, and then we move over to the audit outcomes and findings, and then we move on to what happens now post implementation of the plan, because we believe we're close to substantially having implemented the business rescue plan. So if we can just move on. So we've got the agenda there, and then if you can just go back. So we intend dealing with a short overview of the 2023-2024 financial year, financial overview of the 2023-2024 financial year, and financial management and governance, material irregularity, annual performance report for 2023 and 2024 financial year end, turnaround strategy and financial sustainability of SAPO going forward, and the business rescue plan and the business rescue exit timelines. If we can. So, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, on the 9th of February 2022, SAPO was placed under provisional liquidation. I think the Honourable DM explained the application for business rescue. That was done on the 10th of July 2023. Anush and I were then appointed as joint business rescue practitioners. Our appointment had to be approved by the Registrar of Financial Services. That happened on the 14th of July 2023, and also by a majority of creditors. And that happened on the 24th of July 2023. The business rescue plan was adopted on the 7th of December 2023. We actually had 25 days from our appointment to publish a plan, but we agreed with the creditors and our affected parties that we would publish the plan at the end of November. We managed to publish the plan on the 23rd of November. Subsequent to that, we had our meeting. On the 7th of December, the plan was adopted, but by over 75% of the creditors voting in person or on ballot. The business rescue plan for the post office for SAPO identified several key drivers to achieve a successful and sustainable turnaround. The BRPs applied to have the provisional liquidation order to be set aside. What's important here is we had a very bizarre scenario that we had application for business rescue that was successful and granted, but the provisional order was never set aside. So it took us some time with the former provisional liquidators to actually discharge the provisional liquidation order. We didn't get that right, so we took the matter to court, and I can announce that that provisional order has been set aside. So the order was granted in our favor. The Board of Directors was dissolved in May 2023. The PRPs have assumed the responsibility of the Board of Directors, and we are the accounting authority. We also applied to the Minister to have one of our subsidiaries that was dormant, to have that placed into liquidation. That is an ongoing process. We also applied to the Minister for approval and consent to sell property. These are non-core assets we believe that we could have sold. And we also asked for consent to borrow money, which we didn't get. So just to make it clear, we haven't sold any SAPO immovable property during our business rescue tenure. In April 2024 and May 2024, the SA Post Office retrenched 4,342 employees as part of its ongoing business rescue process. Our branch network was also rationalized, and we're currently sitting with 657 targeted branches that operate. The SA Post Office and Anush and Lenny and them will get into the further detail, but we received the full 2.4 billion funding allocation from the Fiscus in 2023-2024 financial year, which supported the current operations, partial payment of retention costs, and the payment of the creditors' compromised 12 cents due to relevant affected parties of the company. These are all the creditors. They were prepared to accept 12 cents in the rand. We had an independent valuation done by BDO in order for us to get to a point where we had a liquidation calculation so that we could compare and show creditors at our creditors meeting that liquidating SAPO would give you 4 cents in the rand. We're offering you 12 cents together with the top-up dividend of 18 cents to be paid to the statutory and payroll creditors. We also want to mention that, and we thank the unions and the employee representatives because they supported us throughout the process. And that's why our CCMA engagements, because the CCMA facilitated the retrenchments, we started in January and we ended the process in April with their support. I think that, Chair, brings to the end my side for now of the presentation, and I want to hand over to Lenny. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, and to the DM and to the colleagues. So, Honourable Chairperson, I will cover the financial side of the presentation and then hand over to Soli to do the annual performance plan and the turnaround plan. Chair, as you indicated, we're looking backwards over a year now because we are presenting the financial results for the 23-24 financial year. The SAPA audit for the 24-25 financial year is currently in audit with the AGSA. We have submitted the AFS on time, and the AG is currently busy with that audit. So when we look at our revenue for the 31st March 2024, our revenue was 2.6 billion rand. If we round it up to 2.7 billion, and the revenue has declined by 405 million or 13%, mainly due to the decline in postal services, parcel revenue, and financial services. Our operating cost of 4.8 billion declined by 425 million, by over 8%. So as we've seen, there's a decline of the revenue of 405 million. We managed to reduce the cost base also by 425 million. The main drivers come the costs is due to the staff costs, transport costs, and operating costs. If we look at the staff costs, the staff cost was 3.7 billion. That reduced to 2.9 billion. So as Juanito was indicating about the Section 189 that was granted, those costs, the benefit of that cost will be seen in the 24-25 financial year. That resulted in an operating loss of 2.2 billion compared to the prior year of 2.186 billion. If we look at the other non-operating income, which Juanito was talking about, the write back of the creditors of the 88 cents, it's in the 7.5 billion of other non-operating gains and losses. So that 7.4 billion rand, that benefit was rolled back to the income statement. As we go to the balance sheet, we'll see the benefit in the balance sheet in terms of improving the net asset value and reducing the creditors. So in terms of the profit and loss before taxation was 5.6 billion, once again mainly due to the write back of the creditors of 7.4 billion. We also had to provide income tax of 310 million, resulting in a net profit for the year of 5.3 billion, which includes the provision of the 310 billion for the income tax. So if we were to back out the once of the 7.4 billion, the committee would like to know what was the normalized loss if you were to back up the 7.4 billion. On a normalized basis, we back up the 7.4 billion and the income tax, the net loss would have been 1.8 billion compared to the 2.1 billion the prior year. If you look at the statement of financial position, due to the reinstatement of the prior year, we had to include a third balance sheet. So also what we had to happen in the 23-24 financial year, a revaluation of the property portfolio had to be undertaken. That resulted in, due to SAPA not fixing a lot of the assets in terms of the capex maintenance and improvement, we saw the property planning of 1.7 billion declining by 587 million. So if you look at 23, we had 2.3 billion. And if you look at 24, the property plan declined by 587 million to 1.7. Also, the investment property of 226 million declined by 61 million compared to 287 million the prior year. The cash equivalents at the end was 2.6 billion, and the main reason is due to the recapitalization of funds of 2.4 billion. At year, a lot of the cash was not utilized, so the cash improved to 2.6 billion. And if you look at the benefit of writing back the 7.4 billion, we saw the trade and other payables declining from 8 billion to 3 billion, which also resulted in the improvement in the net asset value. So if we compare the net asset value to 22, we had a negative of 4 billion, in 23, 6.2 billion, and in the current year of 24, it improved to a positive of 1 billion rand. So the total equity and liabilities for the ending 31st March 24 was 5.2 billion. The next slide talks about SAPO's cash flow position. If you look at SAPO's cash flow position, in terms of the grants, we received 524 million compared to the 590 million the prior year, and that is to fund the USO, Universal Service Obligation. The net cash from operating activities was negative at 275 million, in compared to the prior year where we utilized 727 million. So we have seen an improvement reducing the operating cash utilized by business operations. And then the bottom we see the cash inflow from finance activities 2.4 billion. That is the recapitalization where we issued shares for 2.4 billion for the funds received, resulting in the 2.6 billion net position for the cash end of the year. So when we look at the AG's report, when we compare the prior year 22-23 to 23-24, we try to group the main categories where AG reported. If you look at the main categories, we had 18 categories. We have reduced to 10 categories. So we have seen a reduction in the main categories. The 22-23 on the right-hand side, the two areas of the property, plant, equipment, investment property was also repeated because the AG would look at the closing balance the prior year and reported that, but those re-evaluation has taken place in the current year, so we have resolved those two major categories. And the third item was the fund collected on behalf of third party. We had some system challenge in the 22-23 financial year that was also resolved in the 23-24 financial year. So those three main categories were attended to, but I think SAPO's biggest challenge is the going concern, and this is the third year that SAPO has had the consecutive disclaimer opinion. And if you look forward to the 24-25 financial year, the going concern is also going to be a challenge. So AG has once again raised the concerns about SAPO's going concern in the 24-25 financial audit. So in terms of the compliance issue, the AG reported compliance issue in terms of the board not being placed, social ethics committee and the audit committee. Due to the board being dissolved in May 23, the board was not active during the fiscal year, and all these board committees also were not active during the 23-24 financial year. And therefore, AG rated those audit findings in terms of non-compliance of the statutory committees not being in place. So, Chair, this slide here is not a pleasant slide, I think, when you look at the irregular expenditure. So what we have tried to do, we try to give a cumulative figure for the last 5 years and the year on year, what has happened to the irregular expenditure. So this irregular expenditure, if you look at 1920, the cumulative balance was 1.4 billion rand. We had irregular expenditure of 212 million rand. In the 2021 year, it increased to 428 million rand, resulting in the cumulative figure of 1.9 billion or 1.8 billion. In the 21-22 financial year, irregular expenditure of 567 million rand, increasing to 2.4 billion rand as the year of 31st March 22. And 22-23, we see a decline in the irregular expenditure of 156 million rand, resulting in the cumulative balance of 2.59 billion. We've seen in the 23-24 financial year a reduction to 53 million rand, resulting in a cumulative balance of 2.6 billion rand as at 31st March 24. So when we looked at the irregular expenditure, a majority of them was due to non-compliance to National Treasury procurement regulations. As in most cases, what has happened when the contract ends, that contract is extended without following a competitive bidding process. We have a financial misconduct committee that's internally been constituted. They also looked at all the cases where they found no evidence of fraud, but mainly due to non-compliance to procurement practices. In SAPO's cases, what has happened in the consequence management, we have seen also a delay in implementing consequence management. That also had a knock-on effect because we could not condone those irregular expenditure. Because the consequence management share was not taken on timely and within 30 days, when we submitted these cases to National Treasury to condone them, Treasury returned them back to say because of the consequence management not being taken place, we need to take it back to the accounting authority. So when we look back of all the irregular contracts, there's only one contract that we have not normalized or followed a competitive bidding process. That's the CIT contract, and that irregular expenditure will flow into the 24-25 financial year. In terms of progress, we have issued an RFP process for the CIT contract. The process has been in the final stages where the approval has been obtained. We are now negotiating with the service providers. Also, when this contract was issued for 3 years, but due to SAPO's financial challenges, we don't want to enter into a long-term contract, so we're negotiating to see whether we can get into a 6-month contract. We're also looking at the supply chain environment to see how we can capacitate and ensure that we comply with all the procurement spent.
Sorry, can I just ask you to just give a bit more color? So you if you can just maybe relate one contract that's typical of the non-compliance with. You don't need to name necessarily the. But I just want the committee and the public to understand why it's irregular, because in common language, when you say it's irregular, it means somebody has stolen something. So I need you to say what is irregular about it, so that, if you know what I mean, so just we won't feel patronized.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Chair, if you allow me, on the next slide, we try to break the categories off, because when you look at 2.6 billion, it's quite a massive number. So what we try to do to the best of our ability is to try and put them into pockets of which categories where we overspend in terms of the irregular. And to answer your question, for example, like the security services, and not to mention the name of the companies, so in terms of the CIT services, in South Africa, you only got two major service providers that provide CIT services. Sorry, Chair. CIT is
Cash in transit. Yeah, I was about to say that, you know, that's the other thing, please watch out for. It's acronyms.
Okay.
Because sometimes the acronyms are also similar across various institutions, but they don't mean the same thing. So please just say it out.
Okay, apologies, Chair. So it's cash in transit. Services in South Africa, you got only two major service providers that provide cash in transit. So what has happened, like the security services, which provide in SAPO cases, during the period, the committee probably were aware that during the 1920 period, SAPO also did the SASSA grants. You know, when the CPS contract was ending, so SAPO took over the SASSA grants, which was payment at the OTC, we call it over-the-counter transactions. So SAPO did two type of transactions, or three type of payouts. One, over-the-counter transactions, and then we call it at the cash pay points, where there was no physical branch, where we had to provide cash payments for the SASSA grants at that point. And the third part was where Postbank assisted us using the national payment system, where a beneficiary could go to a ATM or to a merchant to collect the funds. So what we found in most of these cases, that when a contract ended, what the normal practice would be that 6 months or 4 months before, you would have to start the procurement process to allow that before the contract ends, you got a new contract in place. What we found in most of these cases, that the contract, before the contract end, we would extend the contract. And most cases would extend it a first term and a second term. Now, obviously, when AG also looks at it, they say that you have extended that contract unfairly because you should have gone on a competitive bidding process. So that would be deemed irregular. But when the FMC looked at it, there was no fraud or nobody stole the cash. It is just that these contracts were extended without following due process. In one case, you cannot extend a contract first time, second time, and third time. Now, if you look at the security services, the total amount there is 924 million. That's quite a big amount. So we should have followed a competitive bidding process before this contract ended, Chair.
All right. So if you can switch off your mic, they interfere with one another. So this is just for clarity at this stage. So there are two cash in transit providers. I guess it's Fidelity and what Coin. I don't know what the other one is. Can you just explain the requirement in terms of capacity? Because I'm trying to get us to a point where, you know, we can hopefully see why you're saying there are only two. So I need to understand, if you say there are only two, it means a competitive bidding process will always involve the two. Why is that?
So, Chair, with the cash in transit, there's only two of the service providers can provide those cash in transit services. You got a third one, but the third one only provides to banks, so we can't participate in that that service contract because they only provide to the banks. And SAPO not being a bank, we can't participate in that contract. But even if there's only two, what SAPO is supposed to do, when the contract ended, we should have followed a competitive bidding process. It also comes to a point when a lot of contracts are ending, you need a very strong capacitated supply chain to issue the tenders. So you find that in most cases, because the supply chain in SAPO was not strong enough or not capacitated well, you come to a point that 6 months before the contract is not ended, just a month before the contract ended, the operation or business will come and say, we need the service. So you sit with a position that if you stop this service, it will disrupt operations, we will not have a service to the business. So what would happen, that contract would be extended. And the mere fact that we extended the contract the first time and we continue extending the contract for the second time, then those contracts will be deemed irregular, Chair. I'm not sure whether that answers the question.
Part of it. So what I wanted to understand is why there are only two that qualifies nationally. I don't want to answer the question on your behalf. I need you to explain why the playing field, as it were, has got two players that can handle the business of the post? That's the question I'm asking.
So, Chair, I'm not the expert in the security industry, but I'll try my best to answer the question. My understanding is the cash in transit is a very specialized type of service because it works among the two major players playing that in that, because you need a setup of the vehicles. There's a certain type of vehicles, plus you need to have cash centers. In certain places, the banks do provide the cash centers, but these CIT companies or cash in transit companies also have their own cash centers. So for you to provide a cash in transit, you need to have cash centers. And because you only have two major players, the other major players cannot participate because they don't have cash centers. But on the security, providing security guard, that's open. You know, when we advertise a security guard, you get quite a number of people. It's just on the cash in transit side, Chair. Yeah, and it's also when SAPO's network, before we rationalized the branches to 657, even with the 657 or with 1,100 branches, you know, Chair, when the time when SAPO was paying this SASA grants, we paid something like 1.4 billion of the SRD because we also paid the SRD at branches. We also paid the cash over the counters. That was about 1.5 billion. But based on SAPO's network, you had to ensure that you could deliver cash to all those branches on a certain time. Now, not all the banks have that footprint of having the cash centers. So you rely on these service providing having the cash centers so they can pick up from the cash centers to deliver to the branches. And that is now created an environment, obviously, where you only have these two major supplies. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so this is important. So I used to work for a bank. So I am going to try and ask, this is important because it helps us in terms of understanding not just the procurement issues, but also the investment issues, I suppose, that we might need to. So the cash in transit is not just the security of the cash when it moves. It is also the storing of that physical cash, which has to meet certain standards. So you need an actual facility that is sufficiently secure and all around the country for an organization with the footprint of the post office. So you need to have X number of cash centers, which allows you to have shorter distances between the cash center and the distribution points. Would I be describing it correctly?
You'll be describing correctly, Chair, because maybe I didn't go into too much detail, but the cash center is a center, as you say, like the banks. You got to get cash, you got to order cash, you got to pack cash. So there's a whole process that goes through there, and that cash center is going to meet certain security standard because you're dealing with a lot of cash, and you got to have the cash center as close as to the footprint where you want to deliver. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I think I get it. So basically, you need more than just the people with guns to do that. In some instances, the cash doesn't get to the cash center. It moves from point A to point B because at point B it's needed, and they need to have the technology to register the cash as having been taken, even if they don't take it back to the depot, they take it to somewhere else. Anyway, so I get that. So given the footprint of the post office, there are only two players who can provide that kind of service. So that's the first thing. So you are saying, therefore, in terms of the second part of your explanation, is that what would then happen is that if the procurement is supposed to start, I don't know, let's say 18 months out or whatever the case is, it would start late, which means you get to the end of the contract and you have not yet completed the process. You then end up with an extension. Would that be correct? Because I've got a clarification question subsequently.
No, that's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so what have you found to be the reason for why are they moving late? Why do they not start the procurement when they're supposed to? Because if we say there is no fraud, it might be, if I'm being cynical, that people intentionally didn't start the process so that it could be extended. A cynical person could say this. I need to understand why your conclusion is it's an innocent shortcoming.
So, Chair, just to qualify, I wouldn't say it's an innocent shortcoming. What the committee, the FMC, or the Financial Misconduct Committee, looked at all the cases to see whether, first of all, if there was any fraud in these cases. The committee came to the conclusion there was no fraud. So in most of the cases, what should have happened 6 months before that period we should have started the procurement process, which allow you to conclude the process. So there's a failure on both sides. One, for the first thing one would say that the contract management, the contract management process should have kicked in to say, there's a contract here, it's going to end in December, you need to start the process now, 6-7 months before. So if you ask me, there was a lot of failures, improper contract management, not having full oversight of when these contracts are coming to an end, and whether you will still need the service. Because one, if the contract is ending, you need to know whether you still require the service or you want to continue with its service. The second thing, there's a failure from the people that are responsible to manage a contract to initiate the process. So in some cases, the supply chain environment will inform them to say this contract is ending, you need to start the process. So if there's a delay on their side, they come to a position where they say, now we cannot issue the RFP process because we're running short of time, let's extend the contract. And then the last thing, Chair, you would probably need a proper capacitated supply chain, because in a period where you're dealing with a lot of contracts, you need to have a well-capacitated supply chain to ensure they can issue all these contracts on time. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem that it bottlenecks. If all these contracts are expiring and you haven't got a capacity supply chain, they will not be able to handle all these contracts as they start expiring, Chair. Thank you.
To carry on with your slide, I just wanted us to kind of at least examine, a couple of these so that we have color in terms of what is meant.
So, Chair, as said, if you look at the security services, I covered that. We also had audit findings. So the audit findings were we would follow an LBD process, which is a limited bidding document, where you would say that there's only certain suppliers, like coming back to the previous example, where there's only 2 suppliers and you want to follow a limited bidding or the limited bidding document process. And AG was saying, no, you should have followed a normal competitive bidding process. Or there was certain process where somebody could not prove they attended the compulsory bidding session and they said, no, there's a failure here. So those were declared as irregular. So, Chair, and then we have the SIU also did an investigation of SAPO. I think it was in 2014, 2015, Chair. I stand corrected on the date. So SIU also did an investigation on SAPO. Therefore, you'll see also in the building lease, so it's touching the SIU investigation and the building lease. I think the main point, Chair, I think this is common knowledge. So if I even mention the name, I think the committee is fully aware of it because SIU document is public. I think one of the areas they touched was the Eco Point, which is the head office move. SAPO had his own building in Pretoria and moved to Centurion Eco Point. So that was one of the areas that the SIU investigated. That amount, and plus there was an Eco Point building plus a couple of contracts they investigated. That amount was about 195 million. Then we had this dignity services. Maybe to explain the dignity services. We call it dignity services, but as indicated, when SAPO was paying the social grants using the cash pay point centers, SAPO had to provide tents, water, and chairs. And in some cases, they did not follow the proper process, and they would just go follow an RFQ process, which is a request for quotation. So you got a threshold where you should have been following an RFP, a request for proposal, but SAPO followed an RFQ process, a request for quotation, and that's about 152 million. So in a lot of these cases, Chair, the services have been stopped, or we have continued the process to issue an RFP process. Just to reiterate, we just got one on the CIT services. That tender has been concluded. We are busy with negotiating with a successful bidder to normalize that process, Chair. And this is just a high-level summary. This doesn't total, so we took out mostly the main categories, and this list totals 2.4 billion. So we tried to summarize in the categories where this irregular expenditure took place. So, Chair, the next one is also, if you look at the numbers here, it's quite huge numbers. If you look at, and this is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, they touch on quite a few categories. One, when SAPO was in financial trouble, we would not pay the creditors on time and they would charge us interest on it. No, that would be deemed as fruitless. Then you would also get the suppliers taking you to court and instituting legal action against you. So those legal fees also will be deemed as irregular. And then you would also get fines and penalties. One of the penalties while SAPO was doing the SASA grants, SASA, for failure to reach a certain SLA, they charge us penalties on it. So that also is deemed as irregular. So if you look at 23 financial was 962 million. And then if you look at 31st March 24, it's 495 million. So we had the opening balance of 962 million plus the 152. Why we see the negative list, the BRP compromise process, is that when we follow the creditors compromise process, so your claim also, even though it's interest and penalties, you didn't get paid the full portion. You only get paid 12% or 12 cents in the rand. So that reduced the frivolous wasteful by 620 million, which gives us a balance of 495 million. So when you look at the total, how the total is made up of the 495 million, the prior year's total is 479 million, and the current year under review is 60 million. And main reason, Chair, once again, and honourable members, is due to SAPO not paying the supplies on time. So if you look at what the current position is, after the BRP has been appointed on the 10th of July 23, SAPO is currently paying its supplies on time. So even our statutory creditors, which we call the pension fund, the Mediclaids and SARS, is being paid on time as per the stipulation terms, because we pay on the first, the second depend on the timelines when we're required to pay them.
Sorry, may I just, so can I make a request? So I just want us to explain something. So when you say the amount is compromised, what you mean is you creditors are owed X amount of money. You go to them and you say, listen, we are in a bad financial situation. We can't pay you your 10 million. We can only pay you 30 cents for every rand, which means we'll pay you 3 million, right? Which means the 7 million is then foregone, which is money that then gets back onto the, basically cleans up the balance sheet, as it were. So that's what happens. Can I ask, these documents are public. Can I ask that after this session, because you've used the term elsewhere, that you just have a legend at the bottom where you explain what this means? Because when you say 620 million is compromised, you know most what it means to a non-accountant. Ne? It means it's fishy. So let's just clear up that issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I think it's a good point in the discussion to explain how the compromise came about. So in terms of our appointment, in terms of Chapter 6 of the Companies Act, we've got to publish a business rescue plan. We've got to draft it. We've got to and the business rescue plan, the Companies Act set out what needs to be in there. In other words, an assessment of the business. What is it that the business rescue practitioners are proposing to do to, in essence, rescue the entity? And one of the ways to rescue an entity is to compromise debt. It is one of the biggest levers, shall I say, that's used in a rescue. Now, a business rescue plan has to be formally tabled at a meeting of creditors, which was held on the 7th of December. And as you'd imagine, it's a complex process because if you look at SAPO's creditors, it comprises of a number of creditors, landlords. There's various landlords because we lease a lot of properties. You've got delivery agents that were used extensively in the past to deliver items and parcels. You have staff that are owed money. You have statutory creditors like the UIF, SARS, and so forth. And of course, payroll creditors. And these are payments to the retirement fund, the medical schemes, and of course, other operational creditors. So it's quite it may sound simple as we're explaining it, but it's quite a task to bring a whole group of creditors and to get a meeting of the minds, so to speak, because there's two hurdles that you need to pass or to achieve in the Companies Act. You need a vote by the creditors where you need 75% of all creditors, and then again, is it 50% of all creditors, of independent creditors. So you make two inquiries. So sorry, just to repeat that, you need 75% of all the creditors and then 50% of independent creditors. So obviously we achieved those votes, and that's how the business plan was adopted, and we moved on. Now, coming back to the point, one of the key or salient aspects of the plan was the compromise. So we were owing creditors north of 8.7 billion. So I just want to get the amount right because we're on public. And when the creditors voted, so the proposal was the company's distressed. It's in trouble. It has no money. In order to present something that's meaningful, we've got to offer you a return that's better than what you would have received on a liquidation. Okay? When we did the independent liquidation calc, and BDO did that, on liquidation, all creditors would have received 4 cents in the rand. Now, the Companies Act says you got to provide a return that's better than on liquidation. Hence, when we assessed the funding that we had and what was going to come, etc., we proposed 12 cents, and that was accepted. So in other words, if you're owed 1,000 rand, we paid you 120 rand as full and final settlement of your claim. So just wanted to clarify that. So that's what the compromise means. And it's a binding document once adopted. And then in order to take care of staff, there were obviously sensitive staff issues at the time. There were big amounts owing to the retirement fund, as well as Medipos, which is the closed medical scheme. And of course, these are, staff salaries or contributions to that, ultimately that affects the retirement benefits and so on. So in order to take care of that, there was an additional 18 cents in the rand offered to statutory creditors and payroll creditors. So in other words, that was SARS, the retirement fund, and the medical scheme. So that's an 18 cents top-up dividend, which was dependent on the 3.8 billion, as you would have heard from the Honorable DM that we did not receive that as yet. Sorry, I just want to take the time to explain that the compromise, Chair.
I'm not impatient for this, so I'm quite happy for us to stay on this issue because, it's important. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So Lenny will, in that context, maybe a last comment before we then continue with the presentation. So it's important to understand as well that in the 23-24 financial year, the entity for 4 months was in provisional liquidation. So we're dealing with a staggered period here. So from April to July, it was in provisional liquidation. We were then appointed as in Juanito and I as the business rescue practitioners. And as explained, there's a process where you got to draft the plan, etc. So up till December, those were the statutory aspects that we had to take into account to finalize our appointment, get the plan approved and adopted. So that's the second 4 months of the year, which then leave the last 4 months where the BRPs were extremely busy implementing the Section 189 retrenchment. As you know, that's quite an extensive consultation process, which was facilitated by the CCMA, and that took us to the end, pretty much to April of the following year again. So you had, that's why I refer to as a staggered year. So you got to please bear that in mind in context of the financial distress the entity was and the various phases of liquidation, kind of pre-rescue, and then the rescue starting proper in that last 4 months of the financial year. If you may please continue, Lenny. Thank you.
Sorry, so one last question on this, or at least for clarity. So on this slide, what you're saying is for the time, and I guess that's still the case, the SA Post Office was in financial distress. It was not able to pay its suppliers and other contributions, including contributions to pension or provident funds of employees. It was also not able to meet its tax obligations. The accumulated interest on those monies that are not paid over becomes fruitless and wasteful expenditure in terms of the auditor, for the purposes of the Auditor General's assessment, because in the AG's view, you should have met your obligations. You didn't, and we've now accumulated all of this interest, which means it's additional cost on the institution, right? So there is. Oh, sorry, then it disappeared. So I think your laptop, Lenny, went on. Okay, what I need, so I just need to clarify then, aspects of the second bit, which means because your pension and provident fund contributions, basically the employer are owed to employees, you then had to get into a negotiation with the trustees of the fund to say it will not be possible for the SA Post Office to make up all the monies owed. But what we can offer is something that is higher than what we offering to the other creditors, which is the people that you are to SARS and all of these people. And that amount was how much to the rand? I think you said, was it 38 cents or how much was it?
18.
It was 18 cents compared to 12. So the other creditors were getting 12 cents and then you're making up a little bit. So in the end, the total pension fund or provident fund sum that employee X would have at the end of their tenure would reflect in other words, it would be less comparable to an employer who was making up all their contributions, who was basically paying their contributions as a so that has been the cost for employees of the poor state of the post office. That's what you're saying. Okay, I think we can continue then. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think that is why the context is important. The compromise, obviously we owed, and what was deemed fruitless, the compromise allows you to pay 12 cents, which reduces it to the 494 million, as Lenny explained. I think we can then continue. He unpacks it, I think, on the next slide as well.
So, Chair, in terms of, an honourable member, in terms of the consequence management, we try to split up the slide in terms of the disciplinary cases before the BRP appointed on 10th of July. So if we look at before 10th of July, we had disciplinary matters outstanding of 155, we had 79 suspensions, and we had 11 grievances. If you look at post-BRP from the 10th of July till 31st October, the number of cases that we dealt with were 926, the number of dismissal were 442, and the number of grievances were 36. If we look from the 1st of November 2024, the number of new cases, disciplinary cases, was 56, and number of suspensions 23, and number of new grievance outstanding was 6. So we tried to do an age analysis here before the BRP appointed. We look at before the BRP appointed, it took an average of 122 days to conclude a case. Now in SAPO's case, that all these employees who are suspended, they are suspended with full pay. So there's a cost of business where these employees are suspended and the case are not completed. There's a cost of doing business where, and that is why AG also, when they look at fruitless, there's a borderline where we're saying it's not fruitless, AG says no, it's fruitless. But we have not included them as fruitless. We believe these employees were suspended and they were full pay. So if you look at the after the BRP appointed, the average number of days was reduced to 58 days. If you look at the salary savings, probably I'm not sure whether the right word is savings, Chair, the cost of doing business in terms of trying to conclude these cases was 61 million. So by expediting these cases and concluding these cases, it reduced the cost of doing business by 61 million. We've also further looked at the governance structures to improve the governance structures. The BR has also concluded a physical verification of all employees, because when the BRP appointed, there was some concern raised by various colleagues that there are ghost employees. So a physical verification was undertaken by the BR team, and no ghost employees were found. And also employee conflict of interest was also conducted, and none were found. So this links up to the other side where the irregular expenditure to see if any employees was conflicted with their interest of these contracts being extended.
Sorry, can I just get an understanding? So why does the AG consider expenditure on employees who are suspended on full pay to be wasteful? Because that's kind of a stock standard labor legislation. You can't cut somebody's pay while they're on suspension, can you? Is there something I'm missing?
Chair, if I can answer, you're right, because in most even private sector or even government circles, when you suspend employee, the employee gets full pay. But I think it comes to a gray area where you are supposed to conclude the case, example, in 30 to 45 days, but you now take, like example, 122 days. You now take a prolonged process to finalize. So the period of the prolonged, they would deem that reasonably you should finish, example, in 30 days. You now took, for example, 6 months. They say the long period can be deemed as fruitless, Chair. I hope that answers the question.
Morning, Chair. Maybe just to add on that, what Lenny is talking about there. The challenge at the post office was, in as much as the average was 122 days, there were a number of employees who were sitting with over 2 years, 2.5 years on suspension. And when you have this person sitting there, there's someone acting, getting an acting allowance, and you're still paying the other person. So AG was concerned that the period is too long, hence they categorize it as such. That's why we worked so hard in reducing the number in which the employees would stay on suspension. We managed to curtail the process and ensure that the disciplinary proceedings are finalized urgently without necessarily prolonging those employees sitting at home for 2.5 years earning a salary. So that was the concern that AG raised. Thanks, Lenny.
Can I- So,
Yes, sure.
Maybe just a little add-on. It has happened a number of times in government that people, when they don't know what to do with an employee who has got no valid charge, when they don't have a valid charges against that employee is just kept out of work. He will stay for 2 years if the basis for suspensions are weak. That has also been some kind of disease, which I think there's an attempt to deal with.
So, Chair, honourable members, there's one matter on the MI, material irregularity, was reported by the AG, but maybe it's important also to provide context to this MI that was reported by the AG. So this goes back in a period in time in the 2019-20 financial year. This matter was raised by the AG, but in that year, the AG did not conclude the MI. So they reported in the 2020-2021 financial year. So the year ending 31st March 21 was the first time the AG reported it. And I think, Chair and Committee, this MI is probably also a recent matter that AG used to start reporting from the 2020 financial year, because before that, AG never reported on these matters. So this one MI relates to a couple of matters that was raised by the AG. One is the SASSA beneficiary system of the payment process, as indicated that SAPA used to pay the SASSA grants, and we called it the IGP system, was the integrated grant payment system. But the integrated grant payment system was also a system that was managed by Postbank. And Postbank at that point in time was a division of SAPO. There was also data security controls that were not, in terms of the issue of the master keys, was raised as an issue, and also effective controls in the maintaining and safeguarding of customer bank cards. But all these matters, Chair, were raised when Postbank was a division of SAPO. And the 1st of April 29, Postbank became a standalone entity. So when the AG raised this matter in that fiscal year of 2021, the accounting authority at that stage was the SAPA board. SAPA board was notified of this MI on the 12th of November 2020. The SAPA board did respond to the AG on the 16th of February 2021, indicating that SAPA was not the appropriate authority to deal with that matter. Because if the entities, like Postbank is separated as a standalone entity, SAPA could not follow through with these matters and could not take the necessary steps or the intervention or the required action. So this matter was reported to the Director of Priority Crime and Investigation, DPCI, on the 15th of November by AGSA, which is part of the AG processes. And in terms of the feedback that we received in the last fiscal year when the audit was completed, DPCI was still providing a status update. And so on the 1st of October, they indicated that this docket is still with the prosecutor for decision making. So SAPA's view, Chair and honourable members, that this matter, SAPA has got very little control to deal with this matter, because it's a matter that is with Postbank. We also have the view that this matter, as AG should be reporting in the Postbank AFS, so Postbank should be taking responsibility, because in terms of the IGB system, SAPA doesn't own the system. In terms of the bank cards, there was also a right of the cards. That matter should be dealt with by Postbank, Chair and honourable members. So, Chair, in terms of the annual performance plan, I will hand over to Solly, my colleague, to take us through that presentation.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and the Honourable Committee members, Honourable Deputy Minister, DDG, colleagues from the DCDT, our senior BRPs, and my SAPA colleagues. As Anush introduced me earlier on, I'm Solly Gaiba. I'm currently responsible for the SAPA operations, and I will lead the team on the 23-24 financial year. So I also need to give some context as I start to go through the performance, and Anush did touch on this, on the breakdown of the different quarters in the financial year. But I need to give some context that the strategy that was developed in 2022 was called the Post Office Modernization Strategy, and this strategy was based on a required amount of funding that should have come in to the post office in that financial year. However, as Anush said, during February 2023, SAPO was placed under provisional liquidation, and under such circumstances, no funding would have been forthcoming, which immediately put the post office modernization strategy at risk of not being implemented and achieving the desired objectives. So if we look at the strategic objectives for the 23-24 financial year, there were key areas. And those would be the financial sustainability of the company, a logistics center, logistic partnerships, e-commerce, an authentication authority, a trust center, digital business hubs, building capacity and capabilities, digitization and modernization, and the Deputy Minister did talk about that earlier on, the strategic partnerships and corporate governance. So if we then look back, and the Honourable Chair mentioned that we are looking backwards at the moment. So we look at quarter one, we had quite a lot of movements on the initiatives, but due to not having cash flow, we had a lot of suppliers that did not want to do business with us. So notably, the major immediate issues was our transportation, our domestic transport, international transport, air transport, and we had a lot of landlords that were closing post offices due to not paying rental at the time. So when the BRP was appointed in quarter two, they reprioritized available cash to stabilize SAPO, and in quarter three, the business rescue plan was adopted, and as Anush said, that in quarter four, this plan was starting to be implemented. So if we go to slide 22, Lenny, if we can go to slide 22. So honourable members, you will notice that performance indicator 1.1 and indicator 10.2 was achieved. Those are the only two that was achieved for the year, and this was part of the BRP process. So if I look at the rest of those critical performance areas, KPI 2.1, the growth in logistics revenue, the 2.2, the network of warehouses, and 3.1, the logistics alliances. So these were not achieved essentially because at the time we had to cut back on vehicles due to cash flow. There was a critical shortage of consumables, and also we did not have an integrated tracking system. Customers wanted to have full visibility of their tracking items. And as well, in that first quarter, there was a lot of uncertainty around the provisional liquidation and business rescue, which resulted in a lot of clients that did not want to discuss and conclude agreements with the SA Post Office. We had suppliers that when we did eventually got them to sign, they wanted cash up front because they did not trust the post office. If we look at KPI 4.1, the establishment of the mall to support the SMME developments, 5.1, the trust center establishment, 6.1, the establishment of digital business hubs, and 8.2, the implementation of critical modernization and digital programs. These were also not achieved. A lot of it was due to non-awards that through the RFP processes, there would be obviously there would be non-awards if you don't have cash, because it should be mentioned that it's a national treasury requirement. Before you can award, you must ensure that you have a budget and that you have sufficient cash flow to pay your suppliers within the agreed time. So if you cannot confirm that, you cannot conclude the contracts or the negotiations. So those were not achieved. If we look at these 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, these are all to do with service delivery performances on the normal mail, the domestic and international courier. And then the resolution of the customer complaints within 7 days, these were also not achieved. And this was mainly due to, at the time, delays in the mail processing. There were backlogs in mail carryovers accumulated during the load shedding, and together with the financial challenges which resulted in the withdrawal of the delivery fleet, which was very critical for us, the closure of branches and a lack of tools of trade. So the post office was impacted in a big way in delivering these services. If you don't have vehicles running on a daily basis consistently, it really affects your delivery standards. You can have 18 out of 20 days, you can run well, but if you've got to save on 2 days on your delivery, it impacts 10%. So, Honourable Chair, that would conclude the annual performance results in a nutshell. And as you said, that was actually just looking back at those financial years. If I may, can I proceed? Okay, I just lost my point here. Okay, so I will then go through the turnaround strategy.
Yeah, I was going to encourage you to deal with that in the manner you dealt with the performance plans, because we are going to. I want to leave enough time for discussion. So, just take us through the salient points of the turnaround.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've intended to do that. So, honourable members and honourable Chair. So, one would ask yourself now, what is the mandate of the South African Post Office? Is there still a reason for the Post Office to be here? And for sure, there is still a reason for the Post Office to be around. The South African Post Office is the nation's designated postal operator. All countries, barring 1 or 2 around the world, has got a postal operator. All these postal operators belong to the UPU, the Universal Postal Union. They form a web around the world where they interchange international mail with each other. So it's critical that we maintain that link with the rest of the world. Secondly, we have a universal service obligation, the USO, and its government's commitment to providing permanent and affordable basic postal services regardless of where people reside and their income status. So the Post Office cannot cherry pick. We cannot say we'll just stay in Gauteng. We have to be all over South Africa, and that's our USO. Then also the Post Office contribution to the National Development Plan objectives, which include firstly the providing postal infrastructure and services that facilitate commerce nationally, especially in rural and underserviced areas. Secondly, ensuring that urban, peri-urban and rural communities can access basic communication, financial and delivery services. Thirdly, bridging the digital divide through initiatives like providing financial services and supporting e-commerce and digital communication needs. And fourthly, enabling government to conveniently utilize the National Postal Network to provide government services across South Africa. And we'll touch on that a bit further in the presentation. So we look at the mandate. If we look at the mandate, the Post Office has got a dual mandate. The first one is our social mandate together with a commercial mandate. So on the social mandate, it's acting as an access point for government services for people and business. Secondly, supporting local economies by providing services that facilitate commerce, such as parcel delivery and financial services, and then universal access, ensuring that postal services are accessible to everyone, regardless of location, and promote inclusivity. So this has also got to do that the Post Office doesn't cherry pick. Then on the commercial mandate is generating revenue, developing services and generate income such as parcel delivery, logistics and financial services, diversification of services, expanding service offerings beyond traditional mail, including e-commerce solutions, financial services and retail offerings, and provide cost-effective solutions and prioritizing customer satisfaction by understanding the responding to the needs of the businesses and individuals. So when we have a look at these two mandates, Chair, Our turnaround strategy plan balances these mandates through protecting our core assets, leveraging assets and our capabilities, creating value for the SA Post Office and citizens, integrating service offerings, catering both the social needs and commercial objectives, prioritizing partnerships and collaborations, collaborate with private sector companies who present equitable and fair value to South African Post Office to enhance service delivery in underserviced areas while sharing resources and expertise. So if we look at the value proposition of the Post Office, so what value is there still for the Post Office? And there are mainly three sectors: people, government, and business. So it's about leveraging the SA Post Office infrastructure to provide a convenient, reliable, and more cost-effective solution across three segments, as I mentioned: people, government, and business. So for people, the value proposition is providing accessible and inclusive services to all citizens, including those in remote and underserviced areas. And Chair, you will see on this strategy, the turnaround strategy, it's to keep the rural, rural areas all inclusive. And that's very important for us. The next point is to have the ability to connect both in person and digitally with access to a wide range of services, effectively bridging the service delivery gap between urban and rural communities, creates a more just and equitable society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. For government, what is the value proposition? It enables government institutions to provide a comprehensive suite of services to citizens through its omni-channel network as a single point of access. It's going to reduce cost and avoid duplication, and this is very important, by utilizing SAPO's existing infrastructure and network for inclusive client-centered service delivery. And then thirdly, empowers a readily accessible government with numerous service points nationwide, and I'll come back to that in a minute. For business, what is the value proposition? Is to offer access to services and broad customer base, including those in remote and rural areas. Secondly, growth enablement for the SMMEs by providing support and resources to foster SME growth and development, benefiting from a range of affordable services. And thirdly, create a level playing field for businesses of all sizes, supporting competition and innovation. So, Chair and the committee, I want to come back to this value proposition, and I'm going to call it the multiplier effect. So, on the value proposition, if the post offices switch on Home Affairs, the multiplier effect is 600. We've got 600 branches, and immediately 600 branches will have, or Home Affairs will have access to a multiple of 600 extra branches. We can, if we put on passports at post offices, another 600. These branches are already doing fishing licenses, so you can go and buy your fishing license at a post office. We've got 240 branches that are doing motor vehicle licenses. Chronic medicine, if we distribute through all the branches, it's a multiplier of another 600. So by doing this, we can save the government a lot of money by not duplicating the infrastructures. Then if we go to the transforming, to that slide, transforming the South African Post Office. So we have a very specific strategic goal. And I think it's very important that, you know, this goal is very clear. And if I can, I'll go through this slowly. To become a financially stable, operationally efficient, and fit-for-purpose organization, capable of fulfilling its social and commercial mandates, while attracting investment and establishing beneficial partnerships. And I think the strategic goal is quite clear what the Post Office wants to achieve. So looking at that, and we're looking at the strategic objectives that follow onto that, is delivering essential services like mail delivery, parcels and logistics, high-speed digital, connectivity and financial transactions to all South Africans, building public trust, through consistent high quality and on-time service delivery, leveraging the postal network to collaborate with private businesses and government organizations to expand service offerings, create new revenue streams, and transform its business model. And our outcomes, we are striving to deliver high quality services that support economic growth, foster social inclusion through accessible services and infrastructure, and be an infrastructure provider to government, which I've already explained in the previous slide about the multiplying effect. So, Chair, I'm very close to finishing on my part. So if you look at the turnaround plan and the strategic focus areas, so the first focus areas is developing our workforce. We want to deploy training and development programs to upskill our employees, implement an organizational cultural change program. By doing this, we want to be fit for purpose. We want to launch our digital platforms. We want to modernize.
Sorry, can I say, so I wanted a narrative of what you're doing, because you do read what's on the slide, and you were kind enough to forward us what is on here. So what I need is the insight from each slide, please. We can read. So please don't, so if you can just give us the insight from each slide so that we can get through all of it. If we do what we're doing now, at 11 we will still not be done. And then we won't have enough time for a conversation about what you've presented to us. So please, trust me, the members have read it. I've read it as well.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so looking from the strategic focus area, so the post office, we have got an aging workforce, coming from a traditional male background, and we need to upskill. We need to upskill our staff to take us into the new era. And for these, we will have specific training interventions to take them forward. So, the whole focus then also is to automate all our systems that are still manually at the post office. And there's a lot of our legacy systems that still needs to be upgraded. We've got systems that are running from the 1990s. I must say they served us quite well. So all these systems need to be upgraded to make us fit for purpose. By doing so, we also want to maintain our current level of postal revenue, and we want to build into the new markets like the e-commerce, the digital financial services, and the other thing also, Chair, and for the committee, in our property rentals, we have a good relationship with the Home Affairs. They are renting quite a substantial amount of our buildings, and we hope to increase that with the other state departments. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand back to Lenny.
Chair, I'll take guidance from you. The next 3 slides, whether we should cover it or take it as read, because it just basically tells us the projection for the next few years, Chair.
Okay, so can I, because I've read it, so can we go to, in your presentation, so if you can take us, so skip this one. We'll come back to it, skip the next one. So what I was hoping you would do actually is so slide 30. So take us from slide 30 into slide 33 and then back to slide 31. If you do that, and then we can stop. So basically we've been on this one. Yeah. So we've been on this one. So skip the forecast, the bar graphs and the financial forecast. Go get us to critical success factors, and then get us back to the revenue mix transformation, and then we will talk about the business rescue part at the end when we talk about the way forward, if that's okay. All right, Mr. Kosa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I guess I want to support you on that, Chair. Otherwise, we won't finish here, Chair.
Can I go ahead, Chair? So, thank you, Chair and honorable members. I think your question is, if you look at the current state of SAPO, you need to transform SAPO from where it is to a completely different entity, because SAPO currently relies totally on mail. And if we look at internationally and even in our country, we see mail volume declining. So if we do not change the business model, SAPO will probably have no future. So we need to transfer SAPO from a mail type of business to a completely different entity. And the position we are saying that the SAPO's infrastructure should not only be used for mail, can be a platform for the entire government services. So if you invest in SAPO as a infrastructure, not only for the mail business, but a completely different infrastructure where government can share in it. So whether it's Home Affairs, whether it's Fishery, it sets a platform. And if you look at what SAPO's done in the past, we did the initial public offering that was successful. We're doing the DDT boxes, we're doing MVL. So there's already a good base where SAPO can leverage. But you also need to invest in the infrastructure, because the infrastructure is whole. It's got a legacy system, and if you bring in partners, they want to plug and play. They want to see your IT systems, your network can be a plug and play. But to get to that point, you need to ensure you have systems that can talk to their system. So one of the key things and the critical success factors, one, in no particular order, is partnerships. But also if you look at the management team, the executive team, from a permanent point of view, everybody in the executive team is acting, including myself. It's only the current acting CEO, who is the permanent CFO, is currently acting CEO. So the entire management team needs to be capacitated. So to drive any turnaround plan, you need a capable team, and a competent management team can take this forward, because the skills that you probably require to turn on SAPO is a completely different skill set. And you also need political buy-in. You also need a funding, because without funding, SAPO's point of view, it's got a cash flow challenges. As we exit the process, we got to run away for a short period, but we need working capital management to ensure we can manage the business on a day-to-day basis, and we also require an investment in the infrastructure. And then you also require an oversight team to ensure that whatever SAPO says is, and the funds, if it get funds, it's utilizing those funds properly, Chair. So that's in summary what are the critical success factors. And if I were to jump back to the mix, that's why the mix is important, that if we look at SAPO's point of view, SAPO is currently a mail business, because 45% of its revenue comes via the postal services side, which is a mail revenue. So what we want to do, if you want to transfer 1.8 billion to a 5 billion rand business, because if SAPO's revenue, give or take, currently is 100 million, excluding the subsidy, it cannot sustain its cost base. So what you require is for the revenue to move from 1.9 billion rand to 5 billion, which is a massive increase. But it requires the right investment, the right people to take this thing forward. And if you look at what this revenue mix is telling us, it's taking the postal services from 45% to 28%. There's a massive growth in the courier and parcel business, 28%. And you also got the digital revenue, which at the moment is only about 3%, that moves to 20%. If you get this mix right, you will have a sustainable SAPO. And in terms of forecast break-even, in 2027, you will see achieving a break-even point. I would stop the Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And thanks very much for taking us through even the questions that we had at this point. So I am going to ask that we take a break. It's 10:37. Can I ask that we get back here at 10 to 11? So what we'll do when we get back is there'll be 4 members. Each of them has a particular section on the audit outcomes and the rest that they are going to deal with. They will each have between 10 and 15 minutes to have an exchange. That will be an hour, and hopefully we'll cover as much as we can. Then myself and the rest of the members will deal with any issues that are outstanding therefrom. So if honorable members and colleagues, we can come back at 10:50. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. Can you tell the gentleman when he comes back, please just talk to him and to complete his business outside before he comes in. Otherwise, I'm going to chase him away. I'm going to have to chase him away. Sorry, sir. So can you just minimize the number of times you come in and out? Is that fine? Thank you. Because also the door, for anyone who's leaving, this door is a problem. So if you can just manage it, otherwise it bangs too loudly. Thank you very much. So as I explained, so we're now going to go into those 15-minute segments. Can I just plead with the members that are going to start with that we stick to the 15 minutes. I'm going to have to be strict. It's usually 10 minutes, so I'm making an allowance of 5 more minutes. What I would propose is that if you can, don't ask all the questions, and otherwise the conversation doesn't quite work. So maybe just try and limit your questions to 1 or 2, get an answer, and then at least you can also ask follow-up questions to make better use of the time. So if we can do that. Honorable Skosana, you are up first. So it is now 10:57. So I will stop you at 12 minutes past 11, if that's fine. So you're going to be dealing with the audit outcomes in general. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson, and a good day to yourself, honorable members, the Deputy Minister of Communications and his office and the business rescue team and all other stakeholders present. Now, we really appreciate the opportunity to have an engagement with yourself, and we appreciate the progress that has been made thus far in trying to rescue the South African Post Office. So I'm going to ask 3 questions and then get responses, and we will see in terms of time. If time allows, then I will ask more questions. I think we've noted that the SAPO received a 5th consecutive disclaimer audit opinion from the AGSA in the 2023-24 financial year. Although the number of areas of disclaimer decreased, but the quality of the financial statements remains poor, indicating that corrective measures are either ineffective or not implemented at all. So my questions are as follows. 1, did the business rescue practitioners make use of consultants to prepare the financial statements submitted for audit? If so, what is the BRP's overall level of satisfaction on the services rendered? 2, is there currently a functioning audit risk committee, or has that function been replaced by the role of the chief audit executive? Thirdly, what initiatives have the BRPs taken to address the internal control deficiencies contributing to these poor audit outcomes? Thanks, Chair.
No, please go ahead. I won't interrupt. So let it be an exchange between you.
Thank you, Chair and Honourable Member. So in terms of the preparation of the AFS, we got a team of consultants assisting us preparing the AFS. The main reason SAPO doesn't have the capacity, we don't have a financial reporting section, so there's no resources within SAPO to prepare the financial statements. So we have a consultant team that assists in the preparation, but it's a very small team. So in terms of the service rendered, the services has been rendered in terms of the requirements, so they meet the deliverables. We measure them in terms of the deliverables. And maybe just to follow up the question where you asked about the Audit Risk Committee. There's no Audit Risk Committee. Because the board was dissolved in May 23, SAPO does not have board and the Audit Committee was not in operational.
Thank you, Lenny. Just following up on that, are we satisfied with what is the level of satisfaction on the consultants preparing the Fs? We are quite satisfied. As BRPs as well, we review the outputs, particularly for compliance to IFRS, engaging with the AGSA and making sure that we understand and hear the challenges or the findings. So we've had good discussions on that front. And I think just the overall findings from the AG, there were not a lot of findings around the quality of the apps per se, but more on compliance issues, and as was highlighted in the slide. So long and short, we are satisfied with the level of the financial statements. And then in terms of the third question, what initiatives did the BRPs take to improve upon and controls and so forth? This has been a very, very big focus area of the BRPs. In fact, from day one when we stepped in, and when we did our analysis of the governance and the controls, so unfortunately there was a lot of improvement required. So it was in a state of weakness, and that is why you've had Mukuve explain our significant efforts put into, for example, the disciplinary matters and so forth. And then in terms of looking at the organizational structure, that was one of the key things that we looked at because we felt that was outdated for its time, and we implemented a new organizational structure to further strengthen the controls. I think in added to that, one of the key aspects around the business rescue was cash conservation, cash management, the treasury function, and how monies was leaving the organization. So again, very strict controls were implemented. We always made sure and wanted to make sure that any spend was delivering value for money, and obviously in compliance with the processes. And the other area that we certainly had to beef up was the procurement, the supply chain management division, again, which was undercapacitated. And as Lenny alluded to, there's a lot of acting positions, unfortunately, in the organization. So we had to be very deliberate. We've had BRP, and we still have BRP members seconded to some of the key roles. For example, the head of HR, the head of legal, those were vacant positions, and we had to fill those. I trust that answers the question. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Coming to my next set of questions, do you have an active audit action plan to address repeat material findings, identify across all compliance with legislation themes? Secondly, in relation to missing governance structures and lack of disciplinary action, which normally increase mismanagement risk and reduce accountability, has a social and ethics committee been established by the BRPs? And then lastly, have the 2024-2025 annual financial statement been submitted to the AGSA for audit in line with Section 55 of the PFMA in relation to the audit of 2024-25? If not, when will they be submitted?
Thank you. Chairperson, through you. In terms of the active audit action plan, so one of the aspects we had to look at was to assess the composition of the internal audit team. The audit executive is also in an acting role. And all of those, so in terms of the plan was prepared and presented to the BRPs. So there is no audit committee, as was answered earlier. Likewise, because there is no board of directors, there is no social and ethics committee. So as the accounting authority, the BRPs, together with the extended BRP team, and we have various work streams that were set up to look at all aspects of the business. And likewise, we received and considered, and we continue to engage with the internal audit executive, like I said, in terms of approving the plan. And again, because it was not business as usual for the post office, I think it's important to understand that, it's a distressed entity. So we couldn't follow or adopt the conventional audit plan. Instead, we had to focus on concerns and challenges at the branches, the 657 branches. And therefore, the focus was mostly on the internal audit capacity to audit or to cover all of those branches in a year, in a cycle, particularly because of things like fraud, theft. As you know, our branches are unfortunately, not in the best of conditions because of lack of investment, and then of course, given the state of crime, I suppose, in the country, we've had a lot of robberies, theft. So we had to maneuver or get the internal audit function to focus on those type of key controls, from physical controls, computer access controls, safety, and of course things like reconciling cash and so forth to avoid past findings. So that is an active process. So from that perspective, we consider it an active action plan in that is relevant to the current state of the business. At the moment, because we did not receive the 3.8 billion, the entity is operating in an austerity mode. So the BRPs have placed the entity in an austerity mode. So we are able to continue business on a very limited basis, given the limited funds that we have, obviously. And by doing that, we're unable to spend on further infrastructure developments. So that's the part we're trying to balance out. And then in terms of the third question, has the 2024-25 financial statement been submitted? The answer is yes. Lenny's going to expand on that. I just want to also just highlight to the honorable members that in a business rescue, we are not obliged, we don't have to prepare audited financial statements. We don't have to do, because the business rescue process is forward-looking. We're not necessarily backward-looking, because the objective is to save the business. Now, we've made a conscious decision to have the statements audited for full accountability. We want to be transparent, and I'm glad that we've got that audited and we have submitted. So I think Lenny will give you the specific details of the date as to when that was submitted.
So in terms of the 24-25 AFS, maybe just to put context, if you look back, the AFS we are presenting, or the results, that audit completed towards the end of February. So as soon as we completed the audit, we continued with the next audit. So it's like a continuous process. So it's like a long weekend. But the financial for the 24-25 AFS financial statements were submitted on time. In fact, we were ready 2-3 days before the 31st deadline. We submitted on Friday, the 30th of May, to the AGSA. The AGSA team, the Auditor General team, is busy auditing. We're optimistic they will complete the audit by 31st July in terms of the required time, but we are dependent on the AG. So on sample side, to answer your question, we have submitted on time. We are expecting the first draft audit opinion by this week, the audit report, management report. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana, I just want to add to what Anusha said about having audits during business rescue. In my time, having been involved in many business rescues over the last 15 years, it was only twice where we decided to do audits. And specifically, I want to mention the fact that we're dealing with public funds. That was one of the motivating factors for us to go to an audit. Secondly, because of good governance. And thirdly, because of our TERS application. That was an application that we made for temporary employee relief scheme to employment and labor. It was a requirement for us to have audited financial statements. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know how much time. 3 minutes. Okay, yeah. Maybe my last question in relation to the temporary employee relief scheme, because we understand that your application that was declined in 2023. 2024 has since been approved in May 2025 in relation to that, and that will be receiving 381 million rands over a 6 months period in order to preserve nearly 6,000 jobs and support the revitalization of SAPO. So my question is, how many tranches of TERS funding have been received thus far? And is there adequate monitoring and oversight of the proper utilization of the funds?
So in terms of the TERS application, we have issued the provisional invoice for the first month, which is 63 million rand. So it's 381 divided by 6 months. So all the documentation for the TERS application has been submitted because we had to open a dedicated bank account. So one of the requirements from the UIF was to ensure that we have a separate bank account, that those monies flows to the separate bank account, and then on a monthly basis, we expect to do a certain recon that they will be satisfied those money utilized for the right purposes. So all the documentation will be submitted to the TERS, the UIF. We are waiting for the first tranche of funds. We're hoping that that first tranche of fund will be transferred before end of the week. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skosana. I just want to be sure who's... let me just ask, Honorable Gupega and Honorable Skosana, must you both go at 12? Because you, Honorable Gupega, you're last on the list, and I don't want you to miss your... You're good? Okay. All right. Okay. Honorable Matiwani.
Sibulise sihlalo, sibulise kusekela mphathiswa no DDG namalungu e-business rescue management South African Post Office. Chair, the Auditor General of South Africa has reported a significant underperformance by SAPO in achieving its key targets that are linked to its core business and mandatory service delivery targets. If you look at the presentation that was done just now, the focus of the business rescue plan has been on focusing on servicing creditors, where you find that business initiatives that are meant to turn around the business to be functional and to generate in revenue or to generate profits have been slow. So you also have some risks going into the future that might even derail if the business rescue plan that leave you with questions if it's going to be successful or not, when there is a pending moratorium on litigation after the business rescue plan. So my focus is on performance information with regards to the financial year of 2023-2024. I want to check why were the 2023-2024 performance targets not revised to reflect SAPO's financial and operational limitations following provisional liquidation and entry into business rescue, and what specific remedial action have been implemented during the business rescue plan to address the performance shortfalls, and what monitoring and evaluation mechanisms are being used to correct their effectiveness. And my last question would be, what reforms have been implemented during the business rescue period to address the operational inefficiencies highlighted by the Auditor General South Africa, and how are these reforms being monitored for effectiveness?
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. In terms of the ability to generate profits, the comment around the ability to generate profits have been slow. So for the period in question, I think it's important, that's why I think we took the time to highlight that, the entity was in a disaggregated type of scenario, liquidation, business rescue, and then obviously the first part of the business rescue in the last quarter. So the focus, if we look at it, the objectives for the business rescue practitioner is set out in Chapter 6. We've got to adhere to that. And and maybe the comment around focusing on creditors, yes, it is a creditor-driven process. Because in a liquidation, and if you recall, it was two small creditors that brought the application to place the entity into liquidation in the first place. So that is why rescue looks at addressing creditors, compromising, settling that, and allowing the ability or allowing the balance sheet of the business to be reset and placing it into a part that's solvent and liquid. So a lot of the focus has been on that exactly, and that's the first critical part of the process. The next one was then to look at operational inefficiencies, and that's the very reason why we rationalized branches, because there were just too many branches that were loss-making and really draining cash out of the system. And then obviously the retrenchment, again, in terms of overstaffing. So the staff complement was bloated. And through the retrenchment process, rationalization of the branches, the entity is achieving savings of circa 1.2 billion rand per annum. So that's a tangible saving to effectively the organization and SA taxpayers. Then, again, just focusing on on creditors, because once the entity is liquidated, assuming the scenario that Post Office was in liquidation, the liquidator is appointed, and his or her only job is to sell off all the assets at immediate values, and then you don't realize full values. And whatever you collect, you then pay out the proceeds, and the entity then dies forever. And as I mentioned earlier, creditors in a liquidation scenario would have gotten 4 cents in the rand, and the Post Office would have been lost forever in the day. So from a BR perspective, the process actually allowed us to compromise creditors, that allowed us to then effectively put assets of approximately 1.7 billion back into the hands of government. It's sitting at a point where it's a debt-free entity effectively. We do have the last tranche of creditors to pay, and it allows us, it allows entity breathing space, to continue. So, and we'll touch on that on the part where we say, and when I say solvent, the entity is technically solvent. It still needs cash to continue, the operational or cash flow shortfalls down the line. So the other focus was, and sorry, Chair, I just needed to explain that, so the context is important. So part of one of the work streams then was to look at cash conservation. The other was then on diversification of revenues. So what we have found is that the conventional mail business has continued to decline still. Okay, and that's unfortunate. It's a function. It's not just specific to the SA Post Office. Other global postal operators are experiencing similar, hence the turnaround strategy. Now, the turnaround strategy is something that the BRPs worked extensively with management of Post Office, and then sets out, and that's the presentation that was made towards the end of our presentation. So that is the turnaround strategy that requires investments to then diversify the business. And then in terms of monitoring that, I think that's the point that was also made. We need skilled staff and obviously governance oversight to continue monitoring that. During the business rescue process, we obviously monitored these aspects through the monthly management account process and, of course, the detailed work streams. What initiatives have the BRPs then put in place for performance? There were two or three key focus areas for us whilst in business rescue, because just, if you recall, it's not business as normal. The one was still the first, obviously, was the delivery standards. Are we meeting our delivery requirements for mail, which is a strict requirement? And we've seen that has been improved. We do monitor that on a regular basis. The other element was around backlogs of international mail, as an example. Very early on in the business rescue process, we made sure that we onboarded suppliers, airline suppliers, almost like a partnership, Ethiopian Airlines, but not quite. And through that process, our immediate action was to reduce the international backlog mail. So that was another performance measure that we had monitored very strictly. So I'm just giving examples. There are others, but for us, it was the ability to improve on the delivery standards, backlog clearance, and of course then productivity standards in terms of how productive are the staff and so forth. And then perhaps the last one, what reforms are there to address the operational inefficiencies and how is this being monitored? And that's an ongoing exercise, and that is why it's important when the new board is appointed, we can do a transition handover that can where it allows us to hand over our monitoring insights on these performance on these performance measures to the new board and permanent executive management team. I know the answers sound a bit generic, but it's unfortunately the focus of a business rescue versus a business as normal with the board of directors. So that is the response to the questions. I'm not sure if you'd like to add anything. Thank you.
Okay. Just to take you up on the question of solvency, how would that solvency look like the minute you hand over as business rescuers? Given that there is a moratorium on litigation, what is the effect of that moratorium on the solvency of the post office once the business rescue has been concluded?
Just on the honourable member, on the question of the moratorium, obviously, if the business rescue gets terminated, the protection of the moratorium that that SAPO currently enjoys with regard to any litigation, that protection will be lost if SAPO is or the rescue is terminated. Does that answer your question around the moratorium?
Partially, I want the impact on the moratorium on the financials because you are saying it's solvent. But the minute you leave the door of the post office and that moratorium is lifted, then the situation will be different. So I want us to clear this question of solvency of the post office.
Thanks, honourable member. Maybe just to get to that, it's not necessarily that the minute you leave, then you lose the moratorium, and then it will generally affect the solvency. Yes, there are creditors who are not happy. Some have disputed claims that feel we're waiting for this moratorium to lapse, and then we're going to take on post office to try and claim the balance. But even if they do, post office will still be in a position to defend those proceedings. And even if they lose, they will still be able to pay. It's not a massive debt that even if post office lose, tomorrow they'll be told they can't pay and then now they go back into liquidation. So yes, the moratorium is there protecting us now, but there are matters that we are busy adjudicating, be it disputed claims and so on. But even if we are to go through those dispute resolution, even in terms of the plan, we will still be able to cater for those amounts as a going business. Thanks.
And just to add to that, so of course we've performed a forecast of where the entity is going to be. So if we look at it, and the entity is in need of investment, as mentioned, we need working capital. So we have enough working capital that takes us to approximately November, December. The entity then needs to settle the 18 cents creditors. That's approximately 520 million rand that we need to settle. That's the contingent 18 cents in the rand. And then, of course, and we make reference to the 3.8 billion because the balance of that was then required for infrastructure upgrades. So that's the three areas where the funding was earmarked for. Now, obviously, it's a matter of balancing the cash flows that we receive from our operations together with the investment that's needed. And quite right, just to add to what Makuve is saying, even if a creditor does come back post facto, recall that if you recall, I made a comment earlier that the business rescue plan is a binding legal document on all creditors. So even if they are proved successful, they will only receive 12 cents in the rand, 12% of their claim. Because I'm referring more to a disputed creditor, because as part of the process, creditors had to prove their claims in the initial stages of the business rescue. So if someone does also come in post that, and the business rescue did make provision for late claims and a cutoff for filing claims as well. So there is enough, we believe there are safeguards that has been included in the plan to cater for all creditors, and there was due notice periods given in accordance with the Companies Act. Thank you.
Thank you. In passing, I think some of the affected parties there are the unions when it comes to the retrenchments of workers in the post office. So the Auditor General has further reported that support systems and internal controls have failed to prevent irregular, fraughtless, and wasteful expenditure, and that investigations into these expenditures were often delayed, inadequately documented, and appeared geared more towards supporting condonation requests to National Treasury than enforcing and accountability. It's quite unfortunate that the one executive manager is not present here today, because what the audit is telling us is that management has been hiding behind the business rescue for their inaction. So I want to check what is the breakdown of the irregular expenditure of 53 million confirmed in 2023 and the 2024 financial year, and what corrective disciplinary actions, I think you have touched on this, have been taken during the business rescue period in response to these internal control and financial management failures identified by Auditor General South Africa. And given the interest in closing balance to irregular expenditure, what progress has been made in capacitating the Financial Misconduct Committee since business rescue began? And how is it ensuring that outstanding cases are investigated promptly and with proper oversight? I think the Minister would assist us as to how far are they in appointing a board. Then I will come in later.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So in terms of the 24-25 financial year, the detailed breakdown, I don't have the detailed breakdown in front of me, but one of them, the main one, is the cash in transit expenditure that would continue into 24-25, and Chair and Honourable Member, it will also continue with the 25-26 financial year. I don't know the exact number, but we can always provide you with a detailed breakdown of it. Thank you.
Can I talk to the issue of the appointment of the board? We have advertised for the appointment of the SAPO board, and we received the nominations, and we have captured those nominations as the department. So we are now in the process of recommending to the Minister for the appointment of the selection committee, which is going to do the shortlisting and the interview. Then after, the Minister can appoint a board. That's where the process is right now.
Through you, Chair, the last part was on the issue of FMC. With the assistance of the business rescue practitioners, the FMC committee was reconstituted. Additional people were appointed to that FMC committee. It resolved that certain matters must be taken for hearing, some for further investigations. And as you may have seen from the stats that were flighted, that there's a lot of disciplinary hearings that were conducted. Some of them emanate from FMC. And where there are issues of misappropriation of funds, we even go an extent of now recover those funds from the retirement benefits of the employees. I know that there have been a number of employees that wrote to some members of parliament complaining that my monies were taken by the post office. And we respond that it's because of what you did when you were there. So that is some of the strategies that we have employed. Thank you.
And then, through you, Chair, just on perhaps that first point, the systems and controls were ineffective, is inaction. So one of the things we did to respond to the fruitless and wasteful and the irregular aspects, specifically on the procurement side, every single RFP that's gone out to procure services. So we had internal audit, actually audit that whole process after each procurement, RFP or RFQ, but mostly on the larger one. So internal audit was actively involved, our independent eyes and ears, and of course we reviewed the results of those as the BRPs. So that was the key significant mitigation that we put into place, or control that we put into place, to avoid further deterioration or further increase in irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And difficult for me, Honourable Member, to respond on behalf of the acting CEO, so I'm going to have to leave that to her to respond to you perhaps in writing maybe.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Honorable Matiwan. I am going. Honorable, I'm going to give Honorable Isaac a chance. Then, when we get there, Honorable Skosana is to leave at 12. So I'll then, after we've dealt with you a bit, give him. I'm just for Honorable Gubek. Honorable Gubek. So Honorable Skosana has got 3 questions to ask before he goes. So if you can please indulge us, so that he can do that. Honorable Isaac. Are you fine? Okay, then we deal with those. Okay, cool. Okay, all right. Sorry?
Would you rather I go first and then Skosana follows?
No, he needs to go. So I'm imagining that in his commitment he has to do some preparations as well. So,
we let him.
he says he's got 3 questions. I'll just give him a chance to ask those 3 questions. They get dealt with, and he can go.
Excellent, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And I've already greeted. My first question will be, I went to Brett's in the Northwest. Huge post office building, hijacked by the so-called Amapara. What is the status there now? Brett's in town. Now,
Colleagues, don't interrupt the honorable member, please.
In Madibeng, yes. Number 2, I've seen projections here saying in 2029 you'll make X amount. A pipe dream, I must say. I'm going to be General Mkwanazi today here. I heard when you were saying that the people are being suspended, and sometimes it takes two years, it's even worse. 2 years is an understatement. Some people are suspended for years, and they are being paid staying at home. I can tell you, the banks are not going to allow you guys as post office to operate effectively. It's a deliberate attempt, because they are losing business. If post office, because remember, in our time, we used to bank as well, at the post office. So this is much bigger than what you think. All these good things which we want you to see a post office with the footprint you have in the country. In fact, if we were decent society, we will all encourage the post office, because post office has a legacy. Our elders, our forefathers, when you were talking about post office, they were proud about that. I can't say this today. And what is more disappointing, Chair, in all the state institutions, we have men and women, professionals. As you said earlier, you have fruitless expenditure, irregular expenditure. Why? Because you have been given this job to perform. But you are the one who are reporting to us to say it's a fruitless expenditure. HASA is saying that to almost every department in government. But we have professionals. What are you employed for? If you can't guard your finances on behalf of South African citizens, it's disappointing indeed. I mean, I look at the report here, that's in 2021. Sorry, Chair.
So I want to encourage you to
my last
to get to the questions here.
Yeah, no. My last, Chair, obviously I have to motivate and mitigate my questions for the context, the content of that. You see now your member is busy as well.
Honorable Isaac, we are going to get there faster if you don't comment while Honorable Skosana is talking, please.
Yeah. It's fine. I understand anyway why. But be that as it may, the The issue at hand, Chair, is that I'm not sure your surname. You mentioned that you are encouraging some people to come and hire building from post office, which is sad for me. You should be opening those business for for South Africans instead of hiring to Home Affairs or this other department. You can't say that you are encouraging that. We need post office in every town like we had before. You can't be letting your business to other state institutions. Now, my last parting shot, Chair, I'm just pleading. No, I'm not going to play politics because I can, but I don't want to go there. I want to be straight. We cannot continue to have executives paid so much amount of money, want to be bailed out year in, year out. Year in, year out. I mean, the presentation which you gave us to today, as I said earlier, that all these projections are pipe dream. You failed to do that all these years. All these years, you failed to do that. Today, we are saying in 2026, we'll have this, we are reducing that, we are reducing that. It's not going to happen. As much as if you cannot account to why did post office collapse? You know, it's a national crisis. And we have to have self-introspection. Are we really doing our job? The answer is no. We'll be sitting here next year again in the same committee, but as a servant administration, we don't want to leave this parliament without changing the lives of our people. But indeed, we hope that men and women in that positions which we are occupying, you'll do justice to our people. It's not about us. I'm not grandstanding, I'm just giving you facts. That is not only you, the post office. Other SOEs, same thing. We are coming here, we are listening to the same thing. Fruitless expenditure.
Honorable Isaac, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me leave. It's another because I don't want to. I'll remember what happened.
I'll deal with it.
Please.
I'll deal with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm fine.
You're welcome. No, just switch off the mic. Members, Honorable Isaac, please. Especially after you offered to give Honorable Skosana an opportunity, I would expect you to give him a chance to finish. So please. Minister and your team, please go ahead. The minister, so I don't want to promote you without a family meeting. People get appointed in family meetings. So.
No, even if you refer to me for a second, it's a good moment. Thank you. I just want to say one thing, Chair, so that they can respond. Maybe we should know that let's critique rescuers for the defects in rescuing and accept that they came because the post office collapsed and it was not collapsed by them. So they came to rescue it. But let's critique them in the defects of an attempt to rescue. That's all I wanted to say. But I can come.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable DM. Yes, indeed. I just wanted to add that in order to be appointed as a business rescue practitioner in terms of the Act, we have to be independent, right? Because our application is then ratified or approved by SIPC, as well as the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, FSCA, and which approvals we obviously did receive. I do want to confirm to this committee that we are still independent and will remain independent even after exit, so as long as we need to do what we need to do. So quite right. I mean, our observations were exactly that. We found an entity that was in financial distress. It met the definition. It was ailing. It is unfortunate. Personally, myself, I grew up with the post office brand. It was a household name. I agree with that. So this was not just another stock standard rescue for Juanito and I. The initiatives were really to find or put forward a plan, and that's the turnaround plan that, like I said, we devised with management. We have to work with management at the end of the day, because when we exit, someone needs to take this entity forward, and that's why we focus again on the appointment of a new board and the permanent positions. We need the right caliber of people, professionals, that will take this organization forward. And with investment, the right skill set and the discipline that this organization needs, we still see a lot of opportunity and potential at the post office. There's no doubt about that. But it needs these significant investments to move forward. And please hear what when I say this, I'm saying investment. It's not a bailout. Because there's a big difference. It's not just plugging a hole to pay salaries for a whole lot of people. We've dealt with rationalizing the staff. We've clearly highlighted where the money should go and ought to go under the governance of the board and the executive team. And quite rightly, the questions around performance, that new board and exec team must put forward their objectives and come and account as to how they're going to measure themselves. So I just wanted to highlight that, that we are independent, and our observations are absolutely aligned to what you're saying, that, it has been a demise of a legacy, a national asset. But thankfully, I do want to make the point again that on liquidation, this entire asset would have been lost. All 10,000 jobs would have been lost. To the rescue, we still have just under 6,000 people employed, receiving their salaries. All payments are up to date. You got virtually a debt-free entity with 1.7 billion of fixed property and valuable infrastructure, post 2,000 postmen on the ground. And the infrastructure that's available for use to other government entities. This can basically, it makes for a good story for shared infrastructure and all the aspects of the colleagues have mentioned. So the opportunities do exist. And the partnerships, again, is an important element of this turnaround strategy as well. I don't want to repeat that, but just to highlight that, and I hear what Honorable Member is saying. Again, we didn't cause the downfall, but we've done our best. We see it as something more than just a rescue. It is for the benefit of all South African citizens. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Chair, the first question that was asked by Honorable Skosana was in relation to a property in Brett's, which he says that it has been hijacked. Because it's just the name of the place, I don't know which one. We have more than one building there. And as we said, even in the presentation, there are properties that we designated as non-core properties, because those properties have been vandalized to such an extent that fixing them might cost us more than what we intend to use them. So I'll just need to go back to the list of properties to check if it's one of the properties that is there, which we have said to the minister, that property we have been operating without it because either it's vandalized or because it's even hijacked. It's better off we sell it and use the money elsewhere, but we'll need to check which one specific and what is the status of it as it stands on that property. Thank you.
Can I ask that you do this, which would be helpful? So not just with regards to Brett's, because what typically happens is after an exchange like this, my office gets 50 letters. So can you please give us the full list of, I'm sure you've got some inventory, right? It also enables us to give that information to all the members. But the question is, as a follow-up, because this is important, what happens while the property is under that designation? Let us accept Honorable Skosana's example as true, right? What then happens? Does it just continue to be raided with bricks and things being pulled apart, or do you take steps to protect whatever is left of that asset? Because I think his complaint is by the time he goes back, there'll be no building left.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We don't want to shy away from the fact that a lot of our buildings are vandalized, dilapidated, are in a state that cannot be occupied by anyone. The reality is we take note of your request of the list of buildings that we have that are in this type of state. But the reality is, without the necessary funding, we cannot fix what is broken. And if you look at the initial 7 December 2023 business rescue plan that was published and adopted by affected parties, if one reads through there, you will see that most of the funding would have gone into fixing what is broken at the post office. what Anush and I found when we got to the post office. So without that, whether we hear, whether we terminate and leave and hand back to a new board and management, there will still remain the need to put money into the infrastructure of the post of SAPO. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Because I do have some follow-ups, but I'll deal with them at the end, because I do want to return to our list of members. Yes, Honourable Esek, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the detailed presentation. Chair, I think lots, is being covered, and but I want to allude to a few pertinent issues, and I'll try and go a little slower, just so that the colleagues will be able to capture where I'm headed. Okay? And of course, for the benefit of my fellow colleagues and South Africans that might be watching us there. So I think at first I'd just like to talk to the material irregularities. Okay. Now there was the issue regarding the fraud considerations that were highlighted, of course, in the MIs, which were referred to the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation. I'm sure you would recall that, right? These were directed by the AGSA way before your time, in November 21. Now, obviously, the business rescue team has inherited this, and I respect and understand that. So what I need to find out is that the status as on October 24, which is now in your time, indicated that the docket is still with the prosecutor for decision-making, and I'm sure you're well aware of that. So the questions allude to, has there been any update from the Directorate for Crime Investigation on the decision that was taken by the prosecutor? Okay. And of course, if you as business practitioners have made any committee, maybe some update on that, and also for the benefit of South Africans that, as I say, might be listening. Chairperson, through you again, have you as the business practitioners, business rescue practitioners, engaged the AGSA on the implications of these unresolved MIs that has been in SAPO since, in the financial reports of SAPO, since 2021, which again, has carried forward through to the presentation that you've given us here today. I'd also like to just check in, what is then the total financial loss that was incurred as a result of this material irregularity? If you're able to answer that, if you have those numbers. If you're not able to, I respect that, and perhaps you could forward it through to the Secretariat. And of course, at the same time with that question, have any recoveries been made? Okay. And then, Chairperson, I also want to talk towards the financial position, and I have one or two other questions, but I think maybe I should pause there so that we could engage the replies, and then if you'll allow me to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Member. Maybe as indicated in terms of this MI occurred when Postbank was a division of SAPO. At that time, the accounting authority, the board, wrote to the agent and says they cannot take this matter any further because this entire entity has now moved across to a separate entity. So the board has got no authority to even take any further actions that it requires against with its management or the individual concerned. So this matter has been reported to DPCI. In terms of the process going forward, the AG would have feedback with them. But from a SAPO point of view, SAPO's got no more involvement in this matter. My understanding also, and I stand corrected, Chair, that this matter, Postbank commissioned an internal report, I think that was presented to the committee at some stage on this matter, and they have taken certain remedial actions. From the exact number, we were not privy to the report because the report was commissioned by Postbank. As SAPO management and the BRs, they were not privy to the report because the report was not commissioned by them, so they don't know the exact details and the quantification of the exact number. Chair, I'm not sure whether I answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, look, I understand it sounds rather complicated. Minister, I'm not sure if you're aware, maybe you want to comment on this. But you were listening and involved, Minister. I'm not going to start to repeat the whole thing. But you see, that's why it's important for ministers to be engaged and involved, with due respect, sir. Okay? So, now, the question arises, you're unable to give a concrete answer to the committee. Where do we then go with this MI?
Okay, thank you, through you, Chair. So the assets and liabilities, the whole business was carved out of Postbank, and it has and transferred. It now has its own separate board. It was, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the Postbank now, but it was an administrator. They've established a board. The right place the correct place to pose this question would be to the Postbank board, because obviously this matter related to Postbank activities and operations. But and then just in terms of answering you further on general MI, what is the total financial loss around the MI? I don't have that on hand.
So as indicated, honourable member, that matter, my understanding was Postbank commissioned a company to do the investigation, and I think what I see in the media, we were not privy to the report because Postbank, as Anush indicated, this Postbank is a separate entity, doesn't report to SAPO. So SAPO has no authority of Postbank requesting those reports. And my understanding is Postbank has taken remedial action against that. So in terms of the detailed feedback, Chair, I think it would be appropriate that this matter, the feedback or information request is provided by Postbank, not SAPO team. Thank you.
Thanks, Lenny. And just wrapping up the thought, sorry, on other MIs. So our involvement, again, we have to appoint a head of legal because there was no head of legal when we had arrived as BRPs. So there's a business SQ representative, in fact, Makuve, that heads up the legal team. So what we did do was create an inventory of all legal matters, pending matters against the post office, and obviously matters that we've initiated that could result in recoveries. But by and large, it's mostly actions against the post office. So we've categorized that, analyzed that, and obviously in the AG's process, at the end of the day, they want a list of all of the outstanding litigation matters and management's assessment of that. So that's how we'll be able to then consider, all legal matters, including other possible MIs. And this is the only one that we're aware of that actually now is for the Postbank to respond to. I trust that answers your question from an overall perspective. It's not giving you the details, I understand, but I just want to explain the process that we followed.
Sorry, can I come in here? So, because one of the things that will come to you, Deputy Minister. So, one of the things with the team here we had to decide on is how we approach this meeting and whether we bring both of you here, because we kind of looked some years back, and we do need to understand the process of the unbundling of the Postbank out of the post office, how the division of those assets and liabilities worked between the two, and where the material irregularities and all of those things work, so that we are cited on both ends in terms of what happened. So what we've decided to do is that we'll separate these meetings. So we will have a meeting just about a limited number of those issues between yourselves and Postbank, so that we can put the two like this next to each other, and then our oversight is better informed. So, Honorable Esek, I just want to say some of the matters that you're dealing with, we kind of need to look at them next to each other. So we're going to schedule another meeting. Otherwise, we were just not going to have enough time for this engagement. So can we park those? Because Postbank need to come here and say, this is what's happening to the bit of the post office that now sits with us, and that's how we are accounting for it, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay. All right. Minister, he remembered what you were saying.
No. Honorable Isaac has been asking a series of questions. So when you say I should respond, there's a number of issues technically. You refer to them. I'm very careful of assuming that I know what you want me to respond to. That could appear unintelligent, it's fine. The point is, maybe what the chair says is going to assist. But if you talk about KPMG, that matter has been processed. Postbank reports to me, by the way. That matter has been dealt with almost to the conclusion. A lot of investigations done, people arrested, other matters are in court. But to get more details about it, the route chair is proposing will assist you. Otherwise, Postbank has been fully seized with that.
I still have another 6 minutes. I stopped the clock when I was talking.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, so let's go through this quicker, gentlemen. Let's talk to the financial performance. Lots of colleagues have alluded to questions regarding the financial performance. Mine would be, SAPO reported a profit for the year of 5.3 billion for the 23-24 financial year, which we saw up on the slides. But of course, this was due to the write-offs of 7.4 billion, which was, a gift from the gift of the givers, if I can put it that way. But nevertheless, notwithstanding this profit of SAPO, notwithstanding this profit, okay, SAPO is still unable to pay its operational expenses, okay, which is at the end of the day resulted, I remember on this, one of the slides, 12 or 13, I think it was, it resulted in a loss of some 2.2 billion. Am I correct? Okay. So my question is then, what is the business practitioners doing to address the operational challenges to ensure that SAPO is in a position where its operating expenses of some 4.8 billion do not exceed its revenue of 2.7 billion. So I said that slowly so you can capture it. And Minister, you will digest, okay? And then what is the revenue breakdown across the different services? Maybe you might not be able to answer that. Maybe Minister knows. When I say the revenue breakdown, I'm referring to income based on from post, parcels, financial services. I don't know if you have any digital systems in place anyway at this current time. But given today's digital environment, and of course the decline of traditional mail, what specific measurable strategies are there in place to diversify the revenue systems beyond the traditional post office, which today all of us are just doing emails, as you might know. So, is there any specific concrete plan to digitize and to be able to compete with the postnets of this world, etc.? Okay. And then, Chairperson, I heard, going on to real estate and property, I think it's Mr. Damons, am I correct? Damons, yeah? Am I saying your name correctly, sir? Okay. I heard you earlier, way earlier in the presentation, where you said that no properties have been disposed of. Am I correct? Right.
That's correct, within the business rescue period.
Yes. So, yeah, within the period that
Yes.
you guys are involved, you mentioned that there's no properties have been disposed of. And my colleague, Mr. Skusana, is left. He talked to the property portfolio, I think. But be that as it may, then, if there was no properties disposed of and sold, I just have a concern, and the condition of the properties, etc., we discussed. But now there's huge backlogs that are building up in terms of arrear rates and taxes and basic charges that local municipalities do charge for refuse removal, which is, even though you might not use it because the facility is closed or not transacting. But there are basic charges, refuse removal, it's in place, it's a service like you and I pay for it in terms of our own. The arrear rates, the refuse, the sewage, all that is building up, and the vandalism that goes with it. Would you be thinking seriously of perhaps disposing of certain property? And if you would, maybe when we have our next meeting, Chair, we can talk about that. What's the master plan around how you plan to go about that, okay? But right now, how are you paying these debts to local government in terms of arrears on vandalized property which is non or dysfunctional? That is the question, Chair. And then lastly, before you tell me that's my story, the AGSA has pointed out that the South African Post Office determines, and I'm quoting now from what I read, the AGSA points out that SAPO determines little urgency with many unresolved cases due to non-compliance and ineffective disciplinary process, unquote. Please explain regarding this comment of the AGSA. Chair, I thank you for the opportunity. Minister, for listening. Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Through you, Chairperson, I'll kick off and the colleagues will add in as I go along. So I'll start with the properties. So one of the very first things we had to do, as mentioned, we had to get the entire property portfolio revalued by an independent valuation expert, which we procured, and the valuation was done. But that was an important exercise for calculating the independent liquidation dividend. We needed that as a starting point, because recall that the business SQ has to place a creditor in a better position. The creditor must receive a better return than on liquidation. But also, as part of the exercise, we also got right at the onset of the process to understand the condition of the properties, because the valuer visited and was able to, give a brief description. So yes, unfortunately, some of the owned properties are in disrepair. Some of the property have been gutted through the elements of society, and I think Juanito has answered. So we need investment there. So early on, we then identified what we termed non-core properties to be sold. So collectively, we have a portfolio of leased and owned property. That's throughout the country, as you would know. And it's an active management around the property and the approach that was that it has to be fit for purpose. It was property as a service. That's how we looked at the property team providing a service to the rest of the post office for efficient functioning. So quite right, long story short, is that we did identify a portfolio of non-core. It wasn't a lot. I think it was about over 100 million. But like we've highlighted, unfortunately, we did not get the approval to dispose of it.
Sorry, excuse me. Can you please leave the chamber, please? And will you please tell everyone who's sitting outside not to come raiding furniture here, please? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. So that's the response to it was not a,
It was approximately, Honourable Member, it was approximately, I think, 149 million, around there, approximately.
So thank you, Juanito. So the intention is not to dispose of. It's not a liquidation. So the idea was not to sell off the entire property, because that's a valuable set of the infrastructure in our our geographic reach into South Africa to meet our USO obligations. And, we had to preserve, and we've continued looking at that split between owned and leased properties. Now, with that regard, I think Lenny can respond on the arrears, and then Makove can come in on, just some other aspects on the property as well, just to complete this part of the answer.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think your question is on the first, to allow me to answer, on the 5.3 billion profit. You're right. The 5.3 billion is got the 7.4 billion of the creditors write back. So if you back out the creditors write back, we had a loss of 1.8 billion. And if you compare to the prior year, we said with a 2.2 billion. So we are seeing a downward trend on the operating loss. I think, Chair, when we present the 24-25 financial year, which indicated is busy in the audit process, and not to quote the numbers, there could be some adjustments there, you will see a significant drop in the operating loss in the 24-25 financial year. So if you look at, even if you back out the 7.4 billion, we said with the 1.8 billion. So when we come back and report on the 24 financial year, you would see a significant drop in the operating loss. And I think this is where, I think that you need to put that in context, because when the BR's report in October last year, I don't want to use the word Anush, we talked about the cash constraint we got. So what has happened in the 24 financial year, we have tried to maintain the revenue base, which totals about 150 million. I'll give you a breakdown how the 150 million is made up. But with the austerity measures we put in place, we saw the operating loss coming down, and we saw the expenditure down. We'll see the expenditure, and Chair, I'm not sure whether you allow me to quote these numbers, but if you look at the 24-25 financial year, the expenditure declined by 2 billion. In the 24-25, you haven't seen those numbers yet because we haven't presented, but when we present the 24 financial year, obviously there's got another negative side on SAPO because the AG's material level has now dropped because if your expenditure is sitting at 2.7 billion, 1%, so we'll see the level dropping. But we see that significant improvement happening in the 24 financial year, which is now continued also in the 25-26 financial year. So that benefit we have seen there. And that has also improved on the managing the cash flow. So we asked a question about what our revenue is. So our revenue is about averagely about 150 million. And out of the 150 million, 41 million rand is the subsidy. So obviously in the subsidy we get for the current financial year is 572 million for the 25-26, but we've got to pay VAT on it also. So if we back out the VAT, the average is about 42 million, 41 million. The key driver is still mail revenue. So mail revenue makes up 70 million rand, which includes our bulk mail, the franking mail. We also got international revenue and the parcel revenue. So that average is about 70 million. We also get financial services revenue, our average is about 20 million. And the main part there is the renewal of motor vehicle licensing. There's a BL indicating that service that we provide right throughout the country. I think it's about 230 odd branches. That's a MVL. And then my colleague was illustrating in terms of the rental income. So we still get rental income, 6 million. So I think that's a dilemma. The BL is also sitting, and even management says, if you sell this core asset, give or take 150 million, you have a once-off to the income statement or the cash flow, and then that property is gone. You rather take that property, upgrade the property, and you got a recurring revenue. So that is what we have to grapple on. Do you sell the property, get a once-off, or do you fix that property, which gets a recurring revenue? I think your question is about the properties in terms of utilities. I think one thing, even before BR process, one thing what we ensure that utilities are paid in time. That's why you'll see when the BRs talk, you find the municipalities, I never complain to you about, we compromise the debt. Because one thing we had to do with the department assistants is to ensure that the municipalities are paid in time because we also get business from municipalities. That's why in the whole BR process, you probably have not seen municipalities complaining to you that they have wrote off 88% of the debt because we have paid the debt. So currently, the municipalities paid up to time. Unfortunately, even if the building is not being utilized, we are obliged to pay the rates and taxes, which now comes back, Chair, when you look at it as fruitless and wasteful, now this thing kicks in again. And you see, Chair, it's a very vicious circle because now you've got a building that's not being utilized. You're also incurring security costs. So your question earlier, what we're doing to protect these buildings. So in some of the buildings where we still got value in the building, we unfortunately got to put in security guards, deploy security guards to protect whatever's left of the building. Where we found out that building has got no value, then a conscious decision taker do not put security guards. But where it's got value, we're now deploying security guards. And Chair, once again, the vicious cycle. AG will look and says, got a building, no, it's fruitless. You see, Chair. But Chair, also this building, what we're finding out, that even we don't want to dispose of the building, and that's the discussion we have with the BRs, to say is, if you've got a building in the community, can the community not use it? So we give it to the community, and they pay the rates and taxes. We don't incur security costs. So that building, we're still in the process to identify some of the property with the department assistant, also give it back to the community. It's still an asset, but the community can use it. So SAPO starts playing in that social environment, Chair. I hope I answered the question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenny. Then through you, Chair, I think we need to answer one other comment that was raised. With operational challenges going forward, that expenses does not exceed revenue. Yes, we take that point. That's been our focus point again from day one, because when we entered, when we started rescue, expenses exceeded revenue by about circa 250 million a month. So it was really bleeding cash. We had to be very decisive. Unfortunately, we had to go through the retrenchment process, and Lenny has highlighted that's given good savings that's coming to the future. We had to rationalize and close branches, and we then save costs from that. But as we stand, unfortunately, as I stated earlier as well, we're still seeing a decline. It hasn't tapered off. on the traditional mail, because obviously citizens or people are trying to use digital means as well. But that's not to say that we didn't respond to that. One of the things that we looked at was to assess partnerships during our period to date as BRPs. We received a lot of unsolicited partnership requests or approaches. So we've maintained a strict register of that. We assessed all of those, and unfortunately none of those yielded any results that would give a recurring benefit or would be substantially beneficial. So there's nothing that was really substantial or moved the dial that would benefit both post office and the partner. What we found that those approaches were very lopsided. It was very skewed to those partners, or in inverted commas, potential partners, slanting the agreement or the proposal where they would benefit. So in other words, there would be proposals to share in revenue but not the cost, as an example. So that does not help post office because we've got a fixed cost base that needs to be covered. So we're looking at partnerships that would contribute to that or give us a net GP share or a net profit share that gives us an uplift. So unfortunately, that that did not yield any meaningful results, and that whole partnership process has been uplifted to the joint working group, comprising of the department, our shareholder. In other words, DBSA, National Treasury, representatives of management, and representatives of the BRP team. So that process now is being handled at the department level, and I'm sure Honourable DM may want to give you further information on that. But that's an ongoing process. So that is an important process that will hopefully yield, partnerships that would come and support the objectives of the post office. Then, in terms of other interventions, as BRPs, we focused on the sales team. There was a very weak sales team that was there. So we've made changes there deliberately. We do believe that the government-to-government business and using post office as shared infrastructure can definitely increase revenues. The courier and parcel business has been unfortunately decimated, and for whatever reason, because when we got there, that business was non-existent or very minimal. Now, this is another area where there's great potential for the organization. Unfortunately, we find ourselves on the other end where private players are taking SAPO, they're litigating against us for our exclusive right to deliver reserved parcel items. So that's being litigated and against the grounds that it's unconstitutional. That matter is in court. We have made the decision to put money to invest in it. It's not costing us a lot, but something that we felt we had to defend to protect SAPO's intellectual properties and its legal rights. So that matter is ongoing. And then tied to that, obviously, is the license renewal itself for this. It has come to an end. We have made an application to ICASA for that license to be renewed because we do believe that it's a valuable, intangible asset. Now, maybe as a last point, Chen, I won't belabor this too much, but we can't just look at the value of post office on the tangible assets listed on the balance sheet. We have immense value sitting in our intangible assets, and that's our exclusive right. That's the national address database that we are a custodian of. It is this footprint. It's the ability to do items with this footprint. We have also, we have an ECS license that allows us to do digital communications. So whilst the partnerships, and on a final note, whilst the partnerships didn't yield meaningful results, we were able to implement 2 partnerships. One was on the property side, and I'm not going to name the names, but on the property side, it allows the partner to put up cell phone tower masts on our own buildings. And there's a meaningful profit share that happens between both entities, and that's growing. The other partnership, very quickly, is the digital platform that we've introduced under our watch. We've implemented the platform. It allows the post office now to send e-registered mail and e-registered communication. So that, again, is bridging this divide of sending physical registered letter into the platform. It's in its infant stages. It has generated, I think, north of 3 million rand in the year of reporting, or you'll see it in the new financial year, I beg your pardon. And again, we believe with the scalability of that, there's good growth of potential here. So these are just some initiatives, just for the committee to appreciate that, something has been done to address what you are raising, because revenue has to exceed costs. I think that's obvious. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I want to encourage everyone that if possible, can we spend a concise time on a question? So we are now on 27 minutes. instead of 15. So I know the detailed explanations are important, but what's also going to happen is that we're just not going to finish at all, which I don't want. So is there anything that's pertinent, that's outstanding, or if okay?
Chair, just to there was the issue of on the properties. Then what do you intend to do with selling, and what's the plan? And unfortunately, the PFMA does not necessarily allow the BRPs to decide and then go and sell. The PFMA does not allow for the entities to decide and go and sell. They must still go and sort ministerial approval. So in as much as we can decide we don't need to use it, maybe it's taking our money, we don't need it, the minister still has to sign. That's why even with the properties that we designated as non-core, we've sent to the department, we need consent to sell those properties, and we are still waiting. The minister will either agree or disagree with us, but the final decision rests with the executive authority. And on the comment made by the AG on little discipline, I'm sure they're referring to how it was then, and moving forward, you'll see a change, particularly on how we have been hard on those employees that were found guilty of misappropriation of funds. That comment will clearly change. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Shall we give Honorable Kubeka his opportunity? Thank you. He's been gymming there for you guys. He's ready.
You're scaring people, Chair. I'm as harmless as a fly, Chair. Greetings to the House, the Deputy Ministers outside. Greetings to the team representing the South African Post Office. I think, Chair, in a way of a preamble, the Post Office Chair is in problems. They've got serious problems. With that being said, the USO, the Universal Service Obligation, for the South African Post Office says they must provide a permanent and affordable basic postal service. They must provide accessible and inclusive services to all citizens, including those in remote areas and underserved areas. And I bring this up with a note to that point that the branch network was rationalized with 366 post office branches permanently closed, resulting in 657 branches left to operate. Now, I'm giving context here, Chair, to the questions that I will ask. And now this will be a rhetorical question when I ask, who benefits from a dysfunctional post office? Is it the banks? Is it the postal services providers that are now challenging, that are all operating in the space of the post office? And again, Chair, I say all of this because we all know that there's been a call in certain corners for a state bank to operate. And we know that the Postbank would have given the state bank the perfect national footprint in terms of physical offices for a functional state bank to work. That's because a functional South African post office and a post bank could have been used by the whole government for vehicle licensing, ID documents, and including banking. And it is equally important to note, this would have challenged the banks as well in a big way. In 2005, Chair, Postbank became the leading provider of Mzansi accounts in South Africa, with more Mzansi account holders than any other bank, which include the 4 banks. This is because every post office was a post bank, and there were over 2,000 post offices across the country. Now, to the questions that I would like answered, the first one would be, we know and we acknowledge the presence of the business rescue practitioners. What I want to know firstly is, how much are you being paid as business rescue practitioners for the South African Post Office? That's the first question. And on top of that one, and I would like this answered before we continue, how are your fees determined and approved?
Just to answer your second question, Honourable Kubeka. Our fees are set out in Regulation 128 to the Companies Act. It sets out the fees, what a business rescue practitioner can charge, and it depends on what type of company you are appointed in. So it has small companies, medium companies, and large companies. SAPU being a large company, Anush and I are entitled to charge 2,000 Rand per hour, inclusive of that, limited to 25,000 Rand a day. That's the business rescue fees. We also have expenses because there are certain specialities that we needed at the post office when we came in. So we had to appoint certain people from our respective offices, and we also had to employ the services of attorneys to assist us with regard to certain litigation that we're involved in. We had to pay BDO, for example, for doing our liquidation calculation. So there are various kinds of BRP expenses, but the fees are determined and it's set out in Section 128 or Regulation 128 to the Companies Act.
Sorry, just on that one. You said it's 2,000 Rand per hour, limited to 25,000 Rand per day.
Yes.
Is that per company? Because I think there's
per business rescue practitioner.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's limited to 50,000 Rand per day.
Yes.
Okay. Inclusive of that.
Yes, yes, Chair. Sorry, that includes VAT, Honourable Member.
Yes.
So, Chair, I think Honourable Member.
Honorable Matiwane looks like he wants to be a business rescue practitioner. He's questioning his career choices.
So, Chair, the figures, the amounts the Honourable Member requested in terms of what the BRP fees and support costs were, we are disclosing that in the 24-25 financial year. So when we table the 24-25 financial year, you'll see these numbers here. So excluding VAT for the year ending 31st March 2024, the amount was 84 million. And for the year ending 31st March 25, the amount was 124 million. Thank you.
That's excluding VAT?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to move on to the business rescue plan. The approved business rescue plan for the South African Post Office requires 6.2 billion for full implementation. 2.4 billion was received from the fiscus in the 23-24 financial year, and 3.8 billion is still outstanding. Now, on that note, the question is, what progress has been made in securing the outstanding 3.8 billion fully required to implement the business rescue plan? And what engagement has taken place between the South African Post Office, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, and National Treasury in this regard? May I get before I continue to the next question, may I get an answer for that one, please?
That one really comes straight to my office. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Chair, a lot of efforts have been made in this regard. That's why in my opening remark I was saying, what we came to understand is that the trade-offs in the fiscus, which is limited, could not actually help us in this one. So we met with Treasury, we wrote to all the relevant offices with regard to the need to meet this condition, which was a court condition. So we could not succeed. All submissions were done, meetings with Treasury took place amongst officials and everyone else. At the end of the day, we could not be able to extract that money from Treasury. And the bottom line is that it appears that Fiscus could not afford it. Yeah. That's why a lot of interventions are being made now to take a different route. They spoke of partnerships, DPSA, everyone intervening. With Chair, by your indulgence, on that one alone, we may be able to come and do a special protocol engagement with regard to what innovations and interventions. Because as we speak now, the rescuers are working their way out. The biggest challenge will be when they work their way out, how will the post office sustain? That is where I say that is an item on its own, which would need a special session. I'm not sure if I answer the honorable member.
I'm answered, DM. Thank you. The next question. How is the 3.8 billion rand shortfall affecting the implementation timelines and deliverables of the business rescue plan? And what contingency plans are in place should the remaining funding not materialize? And I think the minister has just told us that it's not there.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So yes, it has certainly impacted the timelines and delivery of the business rescue plan. And we've got some slides prepared that we will cover at the end as well. But again, in summary, it's delayed a very major portion of the plan, and that's the payment of the 18 cents top-up dividend to the creditors. That's circa 520 million rand. Because once we had paid that, we would have then dealt with settling all the creditors in terms of the plan. The next thing would have been to then make sure that the rest of the funding was properly allocated towards working capital and was steered towards the right investment into upgrading the infrastructure. And even that, we would have worked with the incoming board to make sure that, that decision wasn't made by ourselves alone. And as part of the transition, obviously, secured and appointed permanent executive roles, the CEO, COO, etc. And I think we would have discharged this months ago, to be quite honest. Had the funding come in sooner, we would have been able to implement these last outstanding major items, and the rescue would have been terminated. But unfortunately, as the Honourable DM has highlighted, we had to make a plan, so to speak, and that is why the biggest thing that we had to do was place the entity back into austerity mode. So it's really limiting our ability to expand and spend, because we quite frankly don't have the money to spend on anything other than just keeping the lights on and the services and the basic services moving. So we can't fix infrastructure, we can't attend to the dilapidated branch, etc., that was asked earlier. So hence the interventions would then help and is going to help into the future. And I think that's why there's emphasis on partnerships as well. Thank you.
I hope I'm making it to the right platform. I think at some stage, maybe when Treasury decides to accept or reject any request, I wish there could be an independent system that scrutinized that. I'm saying this, Chair, because in our view, in all the calculations we've made, if we were to talk about cost-benefit analysis, had that 3.8 billion been paid, a lot could have been gained than being lost. But in the thinking of Treasury, they thought it couldn't. I'm saying I wish there could be an independent system of dealing with such rejections or acceptance when it comes to crises of this nature.
Thank you, TM. I think with that being said, with every crisis, there are people who see opportunities. I think the next question, what assurance can be provided to the committee that the limited funding received to date is being allocated in a manner that prioritizes sustainability, including infrastructure upgrades, technology investment, and improvements in service delivery?
I can kick off there again, Honourable Member, through you, Chair. So I think my earlier comment was painting the scenario had the entity been liquidated. So we currently employ less than 6,000 staff members. So all of those jobs would have been lost. All offices, we would have lost all the property, it would have been sold off, it would have been, it would have ended. And obviously that's not the scenario that anyone wants. Now, the allocation of the funding has been largely utilized for working capital requirements. In other words, and it's not business as usual. So in austerity mode, we are being extremely conservative in how we spend money to make sure that operations can still continue. It's not ideal. And the fact that we are up to date with all our payments. Right now, we are paying our creditors in the ordinary course of business, except for obviously the 520 million, which is a conditional payment. But again, there's only so much of runway that we have with the limited working capital, and that is why, again, earlier we highlighted that around November, December, the entity is going to need more working capital requirement that ordinarily would have arrived had we received the 3.8 billion. And then I think that's the first bit. And then we're obviously looking at some sort of a deferral arrangement for the outstanding 520 million rand, which again is a conditional upon funding. So that's not it's not a guaranteed payment to creditors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Just
last one.
Can I come in, Chair? With regard to our current financial, or SAPO's current financial position, and that's why we're saying, and I think it's the first time that we can actually breathe and say there's a couple of months left in this journey with SAPO. Because currently the funding that's available to us, it's our USO funding, and we all know that must go to a specific purpose, and that's 572 million. Then there's the TERS funding, which also has a specific purpose. That's 381 million. And then we depend on the revenue that SAPO generates on a monthly basis.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I'd like to move on to the next bit of questions. This is under government and leadership stability.
That would be your last.
Okay, no worries.
Because we're out of time.
According to the AGSA, the SAPO leadership failed to ensure adequate human resource capacity with high vacancy rates and a shortage of experienced personnel in critical areas. While the use of consultants during business rescue provided a temporary relief, the slow pace of permanent appointments remains a key concern. The question there is, do the business rescue practitioners envisage more employees being retrenched? Thank you, Chair.
If this was a rugby game, I would say the ball is moving.
The question starts with the short preamble. According to AGSA, the South African Post Office leadership failed to ensure adequate human resource capacity. With high vacancy rates and a shortage of experienced personnel in critical areas. While the use of consultants during the business rescue provided temporary relief, the slow pace of permanent appointments remains a key concern. Now here's the question, DM. Do the business rescue practitioners envisage more employees being retrenched going forward? That's the question.
No, I think I had the question, but I thought they are better placed to answer that question because it's a technical question. Remember, when the issue of retrenchment came, it came from the analysis. Whether now there's a trend towards that, they are still better placed to answer that question. Yes. So I was wondering, why are they looking at me? It's okay.
Maybe I can respond, Honourable Member. I don't think there's any thoughts with Anush and I with regard to retrenching any more people at SAPO. So there's no retrenchments. We don't see any retrenchments at this point in time.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, so we've rationalized cost, and you can't cut yourself to growth. I think that you may have heard that saying before. So we can't cut costs to the extent that you think it's going to rescue the entity. We still need staff, we still need resources, and for the turnaround strategy that we've presented, we believe we need the staff complement to implement that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can I give the honorable members, so I'll start there. So Honorable Skosana and Honorable Kupeka and Honorable Matiwane are now on the bench. So we are going to take Honorable Beasley, Honorable Neil May and Honorable Nondenja in the first round, and then Honorable Madlala, Honorable Atkinson in the second round. And then I will come in, if I run out of time, it's fine. We are going to have that other session. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment to start off with, Deputy Minister. I also sit on the Standing Committee on Finance, and told the National Treasury he has to be more assertive with bailouts, and we need to call it what is bailout. And I must say, from my viewpoint, I wouldn't give 1 more cent to the Post Office. I think it's on life support and the plug should be pulled. And I think by giving money to that, we're actually taking money away from better where we can get better payback for our money, for our hard-pressed money. So that's just a comment. I think that the plug should be pulled. I think the Post Office is done and dusted, and we're trying to resurrect something. And to me, all due respect to the business practices, it's like a private hospital keeping a business, somebody alive on life support and just racking up the bills. Because the horse has bolted, and I think you, Chair, you already said there's many franchises that have opened that have taken over the Post Office's business, and you just can't get that business back. And if I look at your turnaround strategy, you're showing growth of 25% per annum. I mean, I come from the business environment. Any business that shows a 25% growth, it's pie in the sky. It really, truly is pie in the sky, because that business has to come from somewhere, and nobody's just going to let you take their business back. They'll fight back aggressively. And so that is my concern. Your turnaround strategy is pie in the sky. I don't know who bought it, but somebody obviously bought into it. And then if the 3.8 billion bailout, and we should call it, doesn't come, and it doesn't look like it's coming, the turnaround strategy is pie in the sky, because it's not going to happen. Am I correct to actually say that turnaround strategy? And then you also talk about a 1.8 billion loss last year. What is the current loss? And I think the key thing is, when you're making a loss, you're still making a loss. That has to be funded from somewhere. So who's funding that losses at the moment? And those losses aren't just going to dissipate next month or next month. So and if I was a creditor, I wouldn't go near you guys. I wouldn't give you any terms. So are you getting terms from your creditors? So I don't think I've just asked too many questions, but basically just about the turnaround strategy. Is it pie in the sky? And if that 3.8 billion doesn't come, does it mean it's totally meaningless? And then lastly, who did you guys consult with in the turnaround strategy? I mean, I know there's guys that have tried in the Post Office, somebody like Mark Barnes, people who really got the best interest of the organization at heart. And, have you guys consulted with anybody of that type who's got the best interest of our country at heart? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Minister. Good afternoon, colleagues and all those present and all protocols observed. I'd like to find out, to what extent did your business rescue plan take into account the needs of rural and underserved communities, especially where SAPO is the only service provider? How are you ensuring that service delivery to these communities are not compromised during or after the rescue process. Chair, I'm a little bit more optimistic, and I do see a light at the end of the tunnel. And I do see that there is a great possibility for bringing in youth into the post office. As we heard earlier, that there is quite a lot of, I wouldn't say aged, white male officials, which is what was repeating what was said before. And here is the greatest opportunity to actually, do you see the employment and upskilling of youth graduates as a core component of the future vision of the South African Post Office? What role can SAPO play in absorbing young people into meaningful work through internships, digital services, logistics, or customer service roles? Are there any partnerships with SETAs, universities, or youth development agencies being considered as part of the business rescue or turnaround plan? And then, Chair, my final question is with regards to the were there any efforts to negotiate continued shared services? So when the Postbank and the post office split, were there any efforts to negotiate continued shared services, leasing agreements, or transactional commissions between Postbank and SAPO post-separation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. SAPO has just submitted the 2024-2025 annual financials. When you look at it yourself, before the AG really say what is what, is it hopeful that the 5 consecutive disclaimers will be reversed? We will start seeing a change, especially when you consider what I'm even scared of asking, what is the totality of this rescue project? How much was paid in total if it's a 25 rand a day? 25,000 a day, 2,000 an hour. Sorry, Skosan.
You nearly just gave them a heart attack.
Yeah.
You just dropped their...
Yeah, they would walk out of SAPO today if that's what they were going to get. And my last one is AGSA noted that SAPO demonstrate legal agency in investigating irregular expenditure, with many cases remain unresolved due to non-compliant condonation submissions and ineffective disciplinary processes. The question is, in one of your slides, you are waiting for condemnations to go through. But if I read this correctly, it tells me that your submissions are non-compliant, because you can't just ask for condonation without really going through the investigations and doing the due processes. You just want everything to be condoned. I don't think it works like that. I thank you.
Thank you. Let's take some answers and then we'll give the next batch of members a chance. Were you listening now, Honorable Deputy Minister? I see you are alert now. Twice beaten, what do they say? Yeah.
If you check, Chair, I'll demonstrate to both questions of I am and that question that I was listening. But there are second questions that you assume they're not being referred to, which is actually maybe it's a wrong thing on my side. I thought the BRPs are going to respond, but I thought you will forgive me, Chairperson. There's a question I want to respond to, which I think is more ideological than technical. Because if we were to listen to Honorable Besley, would have closed denial, would have closed SAA, would have closed Postbank. I can list a lot of things. That all these things I'm talking about, they are back in what you call, they are coming back in life. So yours, Honorable Beasley, is I would say is a neoliberal hawk versus pro-public approach. I don't think it's a debate for scope. It's a debate for another day. But can you guys respond?
Thank you, Chair and Honourable Member. I was very involved in the development of the strategy and distilling the strategy down into a forward-looking financial model to understand the sustainability of the post office. So maybe I can make just a few comments on it to clearly communicate the strategy will be ours. So I will try and sort of just be as concise as possible. So the sustainability of the post office rely on three basic pillars. First of all, it is to take the current mail business where it is common cause that the mail volumes are dropping. Year on year, it has been dropping for the last 10 years and we can continue seeing it. The reason why the mail business is still at above average level compared to other countries is because of our low digital inclusivity in the rural areas and a lot of legislation regarding specifically the national credit regulator requirements to send statements. And that is a big portion of the business together with municipal bills. We have lost a lot of municipal business at the moment due to our inadequate service delivery standards, and we're thinking about how to get that back. But the network is in place. So we do have this 657 branches, and I just want to sort of also put it on record that the post office consists sort of two sides of the business. It's an industrial business, which is the mail delivery. It's a logistics business, but it's also a services business that is completely different, and that is walking into a branch. And our branches do have a very sort of clear crisis of relevance at the moment, because about 80% of the revenue generated by the branches are only generated by our MVL, our motor vehicle license enabled branches. And that's about 240 of the 657 branches. Of the other 400 branches, they perform almost no services. They have lost their relevance. They still play an important part in the social fabric of the country with regards to the assistance of paying cash out with the social relief and distress grants, the SRD grants. But now that is being taken online and card payments, the post office are not playing a big role there. So throughout the world, postal operators are reimagining their business models by focusing on two core areas. One is financial services and the other one is digital services. Now, I must just say that the post office has been so successful in terms of building a financial services business, which is the Postbank, that the powers that be decided that business must be a standalone business and the post office must start from scratch to re-envision sort of its financial service delivery. Saying that we are a registered financial service provider, so we do have the infrastructure and the network and the tellers and the licensing to start a new financial services business. Looking at our pie charts in terms of our revenue contribution, financial services play a very small role in our forward-looking sustainability. The other part is the digital services and the third part is our sort of intergovernment service delivery mechanism, which is effectively where the post office plays a universal service center to be the last mile, the contact point for a lot of government initiatives. And I think my colleagues have mentioned some of them, but the post office has been really successful in being the implementing agent for a lot of services, being that touch point, being the last mile, and being the enabler to onboard clients. For instance, the motor vehicle licensing, for the fisheries, a lot of transport coupons from the Department of Transport. So we do engage with a lot of that. And that's where we believe if government takes the post office into conference about the last mile service, that all of the departments require a touch point for citizens to sort of find the services from government. And that is a role. And all of these departments are building business cases and business models about how they're going to connect with citizenry. And the post office can produce exactly that. We do have the network. Each of our branches are digitally connected with fiber. I think it's only about 12 of the branches that don't have broadband fiber going into those branches all across the country. We've got a data center that can manage transactions, safe keep records, and we've got the ability to transact, which means that we've got card machines and we've got the ability to take someone's money or disperse money, whether it's cash or card transactions. So from our government services point of view, I think there is a really good claim to be made in terms of saving it holistically, saving the government a lot of money by charging them a fair and reasonable price to provide those services, as opposed to every single ministry or department trying to replicate the services that is available in almost each and every town. On the digital side, we recognize the importance of a move from snail mail or from physical mail to email or to digital solutions. And that is where a lot of our revenue is based upon, that we want to play a role, and we've done the proof of concepts, we've done the studies, and we do have the quotations and the investment criteria available to put together a system where we can actually allow citizens to access the internet onto our network. It's a very expensive network. We pay for it. It exists already. So it's just to create effectively the Wi-Fi points as well as the email access in order to start servicing, so that we can go with a very detailed base in certain areas where government needs to transform their letter mail, their physical mail, to digital, and we can see that happening. We as the post office can play a large role in facilitating that part. And then finally, the courier side of the business, without quoting the requirement of supporting government with all the courier and movement of physical properties issues, that as it is at the moment, we've got detailed discussions with a whole host of courier companies that desperately wants to somehow find a solution to profitably deliver into the rural areas from an e-commerce point of view. No one can crack that problem at the moment. The post office, however, can do that, because the mail environment, which is about 800 odd million rand a year of revenue, allows us to have that infrastructure almost fully paid for, because we've got all of the properties in place, we've got the postman in place, we've got the delivery methods in place, and we can currently, with the low volume of mail, deliver approximately 95% of all our mail within 2 to 3 hours. Right? Unfortunately, we cannot reduce the number of postmen, right? Because postman needs to be available in certain areas. We can't use one postman to deliver 8 hours of mail across 6 towns, because the postman can't get to those towns. It's the same sort of business model as firemen. They need to be there and wait. You don't want them sort of to be managed by efficiency. And that allows us then to utilize that 800 million rand together with a fully paid off property portfolio in all of the areas, and all of our postmen that knows and understand the areas and the walks, to introduce courier services for all of the large courier companies, and we call it the handshake business, which means that if we can renew our systems, every time when someone in a rural area, it becomes completely unaffordable. It's about 200 rand additional for small transactions to deliver in those areas, that they can deliver into our depots, and then we can then do the last mile delivery in large portions of the country. So those are the sort of the three pillars of which we've developed. Behind that little donut pie chart is a very comprehensive business model, as well as detailed financial models where we've analyzed all of the costs, and it's built from the bottom up to get to that point. So that's just sort of in a very quick nutshell a comment on the revenue diversification strategy.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just want to respond to one of the questions raised by Honourable Beasley with regard to consulting Mark Barnes. Now, I don't know whether Mark Barnes is a senior business rescue practitioner or not. Anusha and I are licensed senior business rescue practitioners. We did not see the need because we understand our obligations as set out in Chapter 6 of the Companies Act. We didn't see a need to go and consult somebody who I don't know whether he has a license or anything. And just furthermore, in terms of our process and our statutory obligations under Chapter 6 of the Companies Act, we are very comfortable that we're on track with that. Thank you.
So, honourable members, I'd love to discuss Mark Barnes. I am worried that we've got 4 minutes left and there are 3 members that haven't spoken. So I am going to put a lid on Mark Barnes, please. Otherwise, so...
I thought...
Yeah, I'm going to put a lid on Mark Barnes because Honourable Madlala and Honourable Atkinson, I don't know if Honourable Maduna wants to enter the fray, but Honourable Madlala certainly. Over to you.
Oh, thank you. I will take just 1 minute. So you said we've got 4 minutes to divide and also still get answers in.
No. Look, we'll go over a bit, but please ask your questions.
All right. The first question is on a very. Okay. The first question will be maybe to the Deputy Minister and the delegation, whether the front row all men delegation is a reflection of Men's Month or the attitude of transformation by the department and maybe the PRP as well. That's the first one, on a very serious note. Then the second one is, having arrived at a point where a portion of work has been done, but a huge, some amounts are outstanding for it to be completed. Was the structure of the business or the business rescue plan such that the results would be achievable on stagnated phases or, or at a full component? What I want to understand is what has been completed and achieved with the work that it has been done and the money that has been paid. Or if the business rescue practitioners don't continue, we lose on everything that has been injected from the fiscal. So I need to understand whether there were components that we can say these ones are done, complete, can deliver the results. But we can't go further than that because of the limitations in funds. Or how we approached it was that we were going on a full-blown thing. The results can only be shown at the end of it all. I want to understand that, and to what extent then can we see some results with what has already been done and invested in terms of this rescue process? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Maduna, are you good? No questions? Or you've got some? Because I saw what time you came in, so...
Just one. I was watching live. Thanks, Chair. Perhaps good day to members, the department as well, Deputy Minister, PRP. Oh, afternoon. My question is one. Taking into account that I've always, Chair, had a problem with whenever PRPs, it appears to me whenever you look at any organization that we are trying to turn around, the first place where you look at is a reduction in employee costs. While I do not have a problem with a reduction on employee costs, but I always have a problem with the recruitments given the situation in our country. So I wanted to first put that so that I ask my question. My question is very simple. I want to check in your analysis of the post office, what specific financial metrics and operational efficiencies have you identified as critical tools to improve the performance of the organization, and perhaps how have you been addressing these, or you plan to do this in your business rescue strategy of the organization? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. I think in a discussion about the mail service, you mentioned the fact that quantities of mail have reduced, and I mean that is a worldwide phenomenon. But I think, and we're lucky, as you mentioned in South Africa, that the government still requires certain things to be sent by mail, so that's kind of holding the levels up. But I would say that a significant part of that, obviously, is the fact that people have completely lost faith in using the post office to deliver their mail. So I'm interested to hear that there has been a turnaround plan, and I'd just like to give two examples. And we also mentioned this issue of small parcel deliveries, where you said a lot of the business had been taken elsewhere. It's outrageously expensive to send parcels overseas from South Africa if you don't use a post office. You go to DHL, it costs you 600 to 1,000 rand to send maybe an item that might cost 200 or 300 rand. And I had personal experience of this because for the last 30 years, I've been sending SATOR calendars to people in Canada, the UK, and the USA by email. But about 2 years ago, I went into a post office in Cape Town and they said to me, no, we can't do that anymore. They said, we can't even guarantee you a delivery date. Okay. So that door effectively was closed. And I just thought it's a huge shame because there are people are now forced into the hands of DHL or an international courier company, which is outrageously expensive. So I don't know, my question to you is, has that been repaired? Are you back in the game? Is that happening again? And the second thing about international deliveries was I remember my colleagues in the previous parliament visiting your international postal delivery facility at OR Tambo Airport to see a very nice, large sorting machine that was completely unoperational and people using desks underneath it to sort manually. So the question I'd like to ask, and the point that they made was there was this massive pile in the mail in the corner, which is one of the reasons why people are not receiving mail from overseas. It's just not getting through. So the question I'd like to ask is that if Scopa did go to your international mail sorting facility at OR Tambo, would we still see people sorting mail manually at desks? And then I'd also just like to ask the question is what has happened to that huge pile of mail? Has that been sorted? And I have anecdotal evidence that maybe you are getting some way through it because for the last 2 years I've been sending my Christmas cards I send overseas, I've been sending it to be posted outside of South Africa because I had no faith in the ability for it to be taken through the South African postal system overseas. And I was very excited in January this year when I received a Christmas card from overseas, only to find it had been posted 14 months before, so it was actually for the previous Christmas. But I was very pleased to receive it anyway. But what I did take out of that was that potentially the pile is being worked through and stuff that might have taken a year or so to get is finally getting out. So the points I'm trying to make go to the fundamental issue of the credibility of the use of the system. So yes, there is a move overseas for people to go digital and send emails rather than using the post. But the issue is also one about the credibility of the service as well. And can one credibly rely on the South African Post Office to actually deliver our letters, both here and overseas, and also for letters to come back to us within a reasonable period of time? And then the final question I want to ask is, obviously, what's happening in South Africa is not uncommon for what's happening in the rest of the world. What has been done to look at what other postal services are doing, the British Postal Service, the Canadian Postal Service, the Australian Postal Service? What changes are they making to make their postal system work and to be in some way profitable as well? And are we going to implement any of those changes in the South African postal system? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, through you. Thank you, honourable members, for the questions and the observations. So I'll kick off again. The colleagues will answer. In order to explain what's completed and achieved, Chair, I need some indulgence because we need to finish this last couple of slides, and then it'll put everything into context. So, apologies. So if we look at the slide here, and there were 6 areas basically, and this is from our business rescue plan, which was the adopted plan approved by creditors. And you'll see the status of everything that has been achieved and what's in progress and outstanding. Now, I'm not going to run through all of this in detail because through the discussions, we've covered the cash conservation, the creditor compromise, the 189, which was the retrenchment, rationalizing the branches, and so forth. So you could see a lot of it is achieved. And in summary, what is in progress or outstanding is really funding dependent. And the one aspect there is around strategic private partnerships. That's also in progress. Again, we could not complete that because that process has been lifted up the joint task team, and rightfully so, because you need the involvement of National Treasury to unlock funding and to help assess these prospective partnerships. We believe it's good governance and it's sitting with the right decision makers. Of course, the BRPs have representatives to that joint task team. So that's in a nutshell what the dashboard looks like. If I could go to the next slide, please. And again, conscious of time, but these are the achievements. To answer the question, these are the achievements that we have done or achieved to date. There's only literally one aspect left for us to sign up on the plan, and that is to pay the 520 million rand 18 cents concurrent creditors, and we'd be in a position to discharge. But obviously that's depending on funding. As we've highlighted, we've compromised creditor claims of circa 7.4 billion, which has resulted in a gain. This is debt that we don't have to pay again anymore because it's a full and final settlement. We've successfully brought in TERS funding that allows us to say that for the next 5 to 6 months that we've got cash available to meet our obligations as and when they fall due, but not under austerity, in an austerity environment. We've relocated SAPO's data center, as you've heard Walter saying. That talks to the future of the post office. This is a critical investment. And again, through whatever limited funds that the BRPs had, this was the one priority, key priority, to make sure that we can start implementing all things digital. Without this data center, the post office would not have had a chance, or no chance. The retrenchments, and I'll answer the question as well as I present this. It was not an easy decision. It was unfortunate, but when the BRPs independently analyzed this, the workforce was bloated. And again, it talks through to our matrices, and I'm going to try and answer as well whilst presenting. What were the matrices that were critical to the funding, to the operations of the post office to be sustainable? Clearly, your cost to income ratio measure is very critical. And I've already highlighted that, Honourable Member, I think before you had arrived, or maybe I've missed, but I did explain that when we arrived, the cost exceeded revenue by about 250 million a month. We've brought that gap down substantially. Another matrix is the mail delivery standard, which obviously backs up to the courier and parcel delivery standard, because once we start delivering parcels, it has to follow a similar matrix to measure. Whether we are there or management in the future in the board, that just draws the trust, and I hear that. That for us was critical. And apologies, I'm bundling the responses in the interest of time. The very first thing that we did as BRPs, we noted that international mail gave us, whilst our pricing is regulated, it gave us good margins. And we noticed this absurd amount of backlog mail revenue. We didn't just sit back and manage this business from a desk. We were out at the mail centers. We visited as many branches as we could. The word is appalled. We were appalled to find international mail backlog, staff sitting around doing nothing. So something had to be done. We needed efficiencies in the system. We needed bloated workforce to be removed. And we mandated, at that point we signed up with Ethiopian Airlines. It was our very first thing that we signed, to clear the international backlog mail, because of the margins and of course the trust again in the system. So that was, and we can report with confidence that was cleared out and it was operating efficiently, and that's why sorry that was 1 year late, but that was the consequence. We have to face realities that there is some catch-up that had to be played. The other thing is then the revenue mix. That's a very key important financial matrix, and that's why you see it's forward-looking. We've got to diversify the business. The international mail versus local mail, and of course, any efficiency and productivity matrix is what the BRPs have been focusing on. And we are hoping that with the new board and internal audit, this can evolve to measure as the business evolves. So that's in summary how we'd like to answer that. And then continuing on this slide, you'll see that we've implemented the branch rationalization. We've got these billions rands of savings per annum that we're putting back to and reducing the loss to taxpayers, if I could put into that context. Yes, it's a loss, but the taxpayers are incurring a massive loss, an unnecessary massive loss that it shouldn't have to. And then the consequence management. This is critical. This was not being done correctly, or for whatever reason. Maybe I should be careful with my choice of words there, but we didn't see a lot of traction here. There was the other very important aspect that we implemented on day one, our zero tolerance approach to theft and dishonesty and so forth. We then improved our data collection we found that this process was a bit lazy. Just through efforts of the BRP, we collected 350 million rand through business rescue. Again, this was just, possibly discipline, control issues. We don't want to get into the detail, but we jolted the process. And then we spoke about the value of the property that's now been remaining intact. And this is an important point. I've highlighted it many times. Yes, we are solvent. We've reset the balance sheet in terms of our legal obligations and the business rescue plan. The entity is still technically solvent. Commercially solvent, we've explained that it's got runway for the next 5 to 6 months and it will need working capital. So the commercial solvency, you can rightfully say, well, is there a question mark? And that comes back to then why the AG, and I'm going to answer the question now on the AG findings, can we reduce that further? So unfortunately, the AG takes a 12 to 18-month view on going concern. So we've had discussions, and rightfully so. They've got an obligation. They've got the mandate as well to follow. And we understand that. We take a different view as BRPs. We've got a 6-month view and longer, possibly longer. They have a 12 to 18-month view. So the disclaimer is still going to persist, unfortunately. And the job of the BRs is not to come in and reduce number of audit findings. Not to come in and reduce the number of disclaimer findings on the opinion. If you recall, we're not even obliged to perform an audit, but we've chosen to it for transparency purposes. So, as you saw, we did reduce the number of findings. We are hopeful that it can reduce in our absence. But there's a number of findings that has an impact on, even though it's like prior year, it has to run 1 or 2 years before it completely rolls off and before it falls off. So unfortunately, there will be a few matters that the AG will highlight in the findings in our audit opinion. I'm just trying to do a quick completeness check, Chair, before I hand over to my colleagues. Okay, thank you, Chair. I think that concludes our response to that segment. Thank you.
You still want to deal with Mark Barnes? Don't. Don't. But please go ahead.
Okay, no, quickly. I thought we take note of the gender issue, Chair. It doesn't look good. Two, I just wanted to say to Honorable Maduna, that if you look at the history of SAPO, how it went down, the primary source of its problem, it was mismanagement of HR. If you take 8,000 EPWP and convert them to full, what to call, employment irrationally. So it meant you wouldn't avoid, in this instance, the issue of going the painful direction they have taken. Lastly, I just wanted to say, maybe Honorable Atkinson saying how outrageous it is and costly to send mail privately overseas. He needs a meeting with Honorable Beasley, and Honorable Beasley also needs to be informed that Mark Barnes was once given 7 billion to actually help the post office. Maybe one day he can call him to explain what happened to it. Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, thank you. So I do need to talk about the way forward before I thank everyone else. So there's so this is going to be a journey because the business rescue process is going to come to an end at some point. So we're going to need a couple of things. One, we're going to need the minister to be well and here, because there are issues that in that slide about, I think, success factors. If you can put it up, please. I haven't forgotten it, and it's important for how we move forward without wasting too much time. So we're going to need the minister here. We're going to need the acting chief executive officer to be here. We are going to need a few of the management of the Postbank, because we need to inform ourselves properly of the prior and post periods in terms of the unbundling of the Postbank from the post office, because then we can have the balance sheets next to each other and the income statements next to each other and so on, and where the reallocation of capital happened, which might speak to what the minister is talking about, so that we understand where the post office was basically disadvantaged or ended up at a disadvantage or not, right? Because from the conversation today, it's clear that what could have made the post office more financially viable is to keep the financial services business and the post office together. That would have averted the situation we have now, where we are talking about business rescue for the post office and needing recapitalization and so on. If the model globally is that you have the financial services and the rest of the mail and logistics services together and other frontline services, then we need to have that conversation, because it does speak to whether we are going to need keep recapitalizing over and over. So that conversation is going to be important. It's also important in this context, Minister, that says, you see that third one there on the left, oversight team. I'm assuming that means the board. We are going to need clarity in terms of what criteria the minister believes is important for appointment to the board. What combination of skills, what depth of experience, and how that is reflected in the process that you're undertaking, because it is that oversight over the quality of the strategy and the quality of the governance and financial management that's going to tell us. Secondly, the capable team is also going to speak to that. So it's important, so we don't just look at the financial outcomes, we also look at the underlying factors. The going concern issues are important. The 3.8 billion rand investment, I understand that the Treasury has made available 1.8 billion or nothing at all. Okay, we do need to have a real conversation about that, because also you can't then say, okay, we end up in business rescue again in 3 years' time because the money has not been made available. So I'm afraid it's going to be a somewhat technical conversation that's boring, but it's absolutely essential for our oversight purposes, so that as we then work together over the next few years, we know exactly where we started, we know exactly where we're going, we know exactly what, from a policy and ministerial oversight perspective, what needs to be done, what is required of a board, and also what is required of a management, the quality of that management. And also to get a sense of what that delta between the business rescue process and new management coming in is going to be. By that, I mean that bridge. Because what you also don't want is the business rescue practitioners exiting, handing over to an acting team, who then hand over to a permanent team that is staggered over time. I can tell you, Minister, that is an absolute disaster. You lose institutional memory and you cause a whole lot of other problems. So the issues that we want to deal with might sound not to be public accounts related, but it is exactly in those issues that you end up spending money over and over again, throwing good money after bad, losing funds, etc., etc. So that's a session we're going to have. We're going to give you adequate notice. We don't want to keep you coming back to Parliament. Would also give us an opportunity, sir, to work through the turnaround plan, because I have looked at your corporate plan that you presented to the post office. I do have some questions. I do see some extremely ambitious targets there. And those ambitious targets depend on this slide. So we do need to look at the two again next to each other. So there are the ambitious targets, and then there is this slide as well. What is in place, what is likely to be in place, what is not in place, and whether everything stacks up together. So that's going to be our next conversation. The Secretariat will be in touch, and hopefully we won't have a boys' choir only when you come back here. But I want to thank the honorable members for your participation. I want to thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, DDG, the BRP team, the colleagues from the SA Post Office. And I also want to say, Honorable Deputy Minister, don't be one of those people who say all of these young people look the same, because you confused Honorable Madlala with Honorable Maduna there. Yeah, but you were showing tendencies. You were showing ages tendencies there, Deputy Minister. But thank you very much, colleagues. We adjourn.